Recording in progress.
There we go. Roll call.
Okay, Roland Lynch,
I'm here, so is Roland.
are you Roland or Roland? You're both today, okay. Stan Weiner,
Here.
Leroy Perrin.
Here.
Okay. Turek. And Leroy. Jacqueline. And Pamela, and Will is Vice President taking charge.
Yes, my chair now is in Austin. Okay, first item on the agenda is the auditor report from Cindy Scott of Stevenson. Point of order.
On the back.
Point of order, sir. We must have an agenda before we can
We have one.
do anything else.
The motion,
Agenda has to be approved before we can
approve the agenda
proceed.
or make alterations before we discuss anything that's on the agenda.
Okay, we can move to approval of the agenda. Who has a suggestion?
I move to approve the agenda.
I would suggest there's more than one option on the agenda. We've also submitted an agenda. So we have two agendas. One is in red and one is in blue.
I have a red one.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
You should be able to.
Referring to, is that, we had discussed in the past how Director Perrin and I had wanted to put some items on the agenda.
Turn it down. Turn the volume down. Volume.
Yeah.
I think frankly, most of you can hear me.
Is this better? The people back there. That's why.
Point of order right now.
Yes, we're trying to fix the technology. We're coming to it. Okay,
I need to explain my,
yes, that would be helpful. Okay,
This,
can you hear Mr. Perrin?
No.
Okay,
this button.
yeah, there's a power button on the front, down at the bottom.
Bottom. Okay.
pull it closer.
Yeah.
Okay, can everybody hear?
Yeah.
Okay. As was discussed at our last meeting, Dr. Turek and I, ever since we've been on this board, have never been allowed to put a single item on the agenda. We have been restricted from that. Now, as the Robert's rules indicate, the president is supposed to confer with board members about items on the agenda, which has never been done. And so I believe we would like to have our agenda approved for this meeting.
We presented this to you a couple days ago as in an effort to save time, rather than taking the proposed agenda and having to suggest that we wanted to put certain items. We incorporated what you have in the agenda that we have a motion on into what we would like to have, incorporated all of that with the items that we want to have. So the items that we want to have are on the agenda that's in blue, rather than having to individually say, let's put this here, let's put this here. The agenda that has in blue is what we, Director Perrin and I would like to see put on the agenda.
Do I have an actual motion?
First, yeah, first one.
Okay,
We're for discussion.
Can I have a second for that motion?
We did
You did.
that.
You already-
Oh,
you already
Catherine
had.
did. Okay,
No,
sorry, I missed that.
right now you're having a discussion.
All righty, so we're in discussion. Any further discussion?
In my understanding, this is an approval for the red agenda.
This
Um,
is for the regular agenda, yes.
Which includes none of the items that Director Perrin and I submitted, so. A vote no would be to vote against the proposed agenda,
Right. Thank you, Bob.
not our proposed agenda, the agenda that.
Yes.
We understand.
I think we have it. So the current vote is to is to approve the agenda that came in the board packet. Is there further discussion? No, I'm sorry, am I still not loud enough?
Just a little closer.
How about that?
You don't have it on.
Oh, I don't have it on.
No.
Guys, this is gonna be a long meeting if we continue to have public outbursts. So I'm sorry, we're trying to make do what the best we possibly can. This room does have an acoustics. So if we can just limit the crosstalk, we can try to move this. We don't need to spend 30 minutes on the agenda.
All right.
Is that better?
Okay. Good. Thank you. Okay, are we ready to vote? Any further discussion? Hearing none, let's move to the vote. Those in favor of
We have a roll
the,
call.
I'm sorry,
We have a roll call.
Roll call.
sure.
Okay, Will St. John?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Stan Weiner,
No.
okay. Roland Lynch,
No,
Jacqueline Schwanz,
Yes.
Pamela Ashford, yes. Robert Turek,
No,
Leroy Perrin,
No.
Dolores Schleifer.
No.
Okay. The noes have it, obviously. I think
Yes,
that
the
was-
noes have it. Okay.
point
We
of order.
Let's move on.
Mr. Chairman, or since you're chairing the meeting, are you able to even vote on that?
Yes, you can.
Yes,
Yeah.
And
I believe
everything,
so.
everything for the rest of the meeting.
Yes,
you're-
because I'm a temporary.
So it's not the
we
same
could
as
put
when President Materman's here, that he would only
Correct.
vote when there's.
Yes.
Even though you're
Yeah.
handling the meeting, you're still going to vote.
Yes, as I understand it, that's correct for a temporary.
So I'm going to motion to put forth for approval the board meeting agenda that has blue at the top of it.
Okay,
Which is the agenda that Director Perrin and I made up that incorporates everything that just got rejected, plus what we would like to have seen on the agenda for the last 3 months.
do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Okay, thank you. Ready for discussion? Hearing none. We can move to a vote. Do you want a roll call again?
Yes, please.
Roll
Okay.
call vote?
Will St. John,
No?
Stan Weiner,
Yes.
Roland Lynch,
yes,
Jacqueline Schwanz,
No.
Pamela Ashford, no. Robert Turek,
Yes,
Leroy Perrin,
Yes.
and Dolores Schleifer.
Yes.
Okay, the ayes have it. We'll move forward with the blue agenda. Any other, are there any?
does the audience get a copy of the new agenda?
Yes. Can you make about 40 or
We'll make
50 of these copies, please? My staff can get one.
Okay, the first thing on that agenda, I'm sorry, mine disappeared, is the, oh, I'm sorry, here, I got one. First thing on this agenda, is the approval last month's, minutes, and the minutes from the, special meeting, from last week.
No. From last month's special meeting,
Oh, I'm
December
sorry,
sixth.
I'm sorry, the December sixth special meeting.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
And November 22nd, regular meeting we're doing.
Right, yes.
Yeah,
Right.
that's what you said.
Yeah, there was no regular meeting during December. It was routine for this board. Sorry. Thank you. So, let's do the November 22nd minutes. Are there suggestions for changes, or are we ready to approve?
I do have several things I'd like to have changed.
Okay.
Page 2. And this is the beauty of having everything recorded, that you can go back and watch the video and
Yeah.
correct things. There's a statement down in large, maybe 6 lines down where it says Nemska. Right below there, Dr. Turk, I cannot find names of people served. That is not what I said. What I wanted to have and what's on the video. Didn't ask for people's names. I just asked for how many specific unique individuals were receiving.
Oh, so it should say
I did
the,
not ask for somebody's name.
so it should say the number rather than the name.
Exactly.
Right, okay.
So I never asked for something.
Huh.
Down lower, 3/4 of the way down, says Dr. Turk, I'm asking who is the executive director? That's not correct. That didn't happen. I know quite well who the executive director is.
Where, I'm sorry about, where? I'm sorry, Bob, I can't find that, benefits, where are you? You on page 2?
Are you on 2 or are you on? I don't see who we're talking about, so who is the executive director?
Go ahead, show me. I'll show you where.
Oh, okay, thank you. Who is the executive?
Oh, wait. Oh,
Okay, and what they're saying.
you're saying we didn't do that?
The video.
Okay.
Right there. And those are my only changes on that particular.
Okay,
I would like to, at the very bottom, if you would put that the meeting is recorded and put on Facebook and YouTube is also.
that can be a routine
Possibly
thing.
on our website also. For those of us who don't go to Facebook.
That can certainly be done.
Those are the only changes I have with that particular.
Okay. Are there other changes to be made? I'd entertain a motion to approve the minutes as amended. Thank you, Jackson. Thank you. Okay, no further discussion.
I have changed it on the December 6th.
Yeah, sure. So for the November 2nd, minutes, I think we're ready to go.
I don't even know.
Those in favor of approving the minutes, as amended, say aye. Thank you. And those opposed, I don't think there were any, so we're fine. December 6th meeting. Yes.
Top of the second page where there's a couple of different roll call votes made. Could you put in actually, since it was unanimous on both those, who voted yes, who voted no? I have that information. You need to get to me after the meeting.
Yes, that
First
learns
paragraph
from,
of the second page, just specifically listing who voted in what way.
yes, Commissioner Drummond, told me the other day that we should do that. So we'll do that carrying forward.
And then the only other thing, and I can point it out to you on the last page, is that Dr. Turk, I make a motion to reject the 11-4 proposal and accept the 12-6 proposal after consideration. That's not what I said. We were motion to reject the 11-4 and refer the 12-6 proposal to the new building project subcommittee. So I did not say accept the contract, just to refer it back to the new building.
That's where it says consider, it says refer, is that, it say refer, okay.
And then here again, it would be nice to put on the bottom that the video is on Facebook and other locations, not just Facebook, but YouTube also.
Yes, we can do that as a routine.
So instead of consider, you
Refer.
want to refer it.
I referred it to the new
You
building
didn't,
as opposed to
you
accept.
didn't consider.
What we,
What it says is that I voted to reject the 11-4 and to
Oh,
accept.
sorry, we're
the
probably
12-6 proposal. That's not what I did. On the middle of the third page.
I'm sorry, we're having trouble.
Oh,
There it is, okay, I'm sorry, we got it.
Why don't you just submit your revision copy
If
to the
you have
secretary?
your minutes, maybe we got
This-
those.
That would make this process go by faster.
Yeah, we could just get it down the third and
Yeah, we're
accept your
done.
minutes, that's fine.
No, I didn't take minutes. I just reviewed the video once or twice. You see what was happening and make corrections to that.
Okay,
No, I
But-
did not make minutes from that.
But your revision copies, you can just submit your revision copies, what
Yeah,
you're
well-
referring to the secretary. So that she can compare and contrast later with your objection.
I don't have anything, no other papers.
Everything
Okay.
else, okay.
all right, is there any further corrections to the minutes from anyone else? Okay. So we're ready, I think, to vote to.
I make a motion that we accept the minutes from 12-6 as amended.
Thank you, Jacqueline. Do I have a second?
Well,
Rollins, thank you. As amended, yes. Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Okay. All right. Next item on the agenda is the auditor report from Cindy Scott.
Let me review and find that presentation.
I was. Let me,
You want me to just move that closer to me or can you hear me?
Yeah,
I can hear you.
well, Roland, yeah,
Let me,
that's, if you can.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks, Roland.
Okay.
Well, good morning. I'm Cindy Scott. I am a partner at Stevenson and Company, and I am in charge of all of the nonprofit government and school district audits we do, as well as a certified product examiner, and in charge of all of the forensic investigations that we do as well. So I've been working on the ACCOA County Commission on Aging audit for a few years now. We did it many years back and then took a reprieve and now we're back at it. So we have the PowerPoint ahead. And also for the board, you have found audit reports as well as I sent an electronic copy as well, so everyone can have that. Rather than go page by page through the found report, which I think would be tedious and not beneficial to you, we're gonna go through the PowerPoint and touch on the hot topics and the things that I think are gonna be important to you, what changed from last year. But by all means, if you have questions, ask. If it's not something that I have right in front of me, I can get back with you. So first slide, Rennie. So first off, why do we do what we do? Why do we come out and test everything and look at your controls? It's to issue an opinion on these financial statements. So we are not saying whether or not you're in good financial standing or poor financial standing. We're looking at the information, your information, and saying, is it accurate and free of material misstatement? And yes, it is. We were able to issue an unmodified opinion, which is the highest level of assurance that we can give.
Maybe turn it down. Is that better?
There you go.
Is this better?
Sure.
So The reason I include this paragraph in the PowerPoint is because I do want to make sure that everyone is aware that with an audit, we cannot give absolute assurance that everything is correct. That would require that we have tested every single piece of documentation that's come through the commission, and that's just not feasible. So by auditing standards, the highest level of assurance we can give is that reasonable assurance. So that's what this paragraph is pointing out to you. Next slide. So if you're looking at the bound report, if you were on page 3, you'd see that that's where the financial statements begin. And the first piece of information there is what did you end up with your net assets? And keep in mind, this does include your land, your building, your equipment, and so on. It's the big picture view of how you're doing. And your ending net assets at September 30th, 2022 was $1,345,568. That was a decrease from 21 of $51,664. So if we look at what percentage is that of your current year expenditures, you're at 92.79%. So almost 1 year of operation. So you have a healthy fund balance, but keep in mind, a big chunk of that are your fixed assets. So if we pull the fixed assets out, you're at 69.10% of your expenditures. So just over half the year. Next slide. So if we're looking at the big changes from 2021, so if you had your 2021 audit report in front of you and your 2022 audit report, just some of the big ticket items that jump out at me that I want to point out to you is that your revenues did decrease $273,000. From there, your tax revenues went up $28,000. Your donated food revenue and expenses, so that's when you get that donated food, you have a revenue and an expense book, so both of those fluctuate. Those both increased $67,000. Your investment income did decline this year, as everyone in their own retirements have felt this year. You did experience a loss on investment. The loss was around $171,000, but when you compare that to the really large increase you had a year ago, the net effect is $293,000.
Quick question.
Yes.
You said the word decreased. Did you mean to say increased
Oh, I'm
235?
sorry, I'm on a different slide. I skipped the slide. So if I go back to your slide, cash increased about 235,000, investments decreased about 238,000.
But there was still a net profit.
That is the net,
Yeah,
correct?
there's still a net profit.
Yes.
Okay.
Your fixed assets increased $38,000. And I do have, when we get in a couple slides, the breakdown of what your fixed assets change. And that did include additions, some disposals, as well as depreciation expenses. So I apologize. So now the next slide is where I was at. A year ago, you had the loan forgiveness of the payroll protection program loan of $69,000. So since that was not there this year, that results in a decrease in your revenue because that was a one-time thing. You also had decreases in your grant revenue of $63,000. But if you recall, in 2021, there were many one-time grants that you were awarded that helped boost those revenues in 2021 that aren't typical of a normal year. And then program donations. So this would be when people are donating towards their congregate dining, their in-home services, their home delivered meals. Those increased about $56,000. And the two big factors that really pushed that increase were the transportation program that you have, as well as additional dollars on the in-home services.
Next slide.
Yep, next slide, please. So your expenses, total expenses increased about $172,000. $71,000 was directly related to wages and benefits and taxes. Your food cost increased $106,000. And I do have a slide down the road a little bit. We're going to talk about your food costs at more depth. Travel costs did increase roughly $27,000. This is not only gasoline prices increasing, but also your travel program. The number of transportation services you were providing increased significantly. So that's a big push of those travel costs increasing. Your administrative expenses, such as legal costs, your phone contract, tablets, employee relations, the livestock sale, in total, those increased roughly $46,000. Your workout equipment from the large grant that you received this year increased $19,000. And then those were offset by the significant PPE purchases that were purchased a year ago due to COVID. And those are about $23,000, as well as the technology purchases a year ago, because we received that one-time technology grant, and those are about $88,000. And then vehicle maintenance and repairs were down about $6,000.
Excuse me, I have a question on here. On page 4, it says that we had fundraising income of 10,488. Well, we never had a fundraiser.
Yeah, and we did look into that after the fact, and included in that fundraising line on our end were some insurance refunds that really should be under miscellaneous income. So I do apologize for that, but I believe it was around $7,000 of the 10,000 is related to insurance refunds. I believe everyone received $400 per vehicle last year, and that's a big one.
So that went under fundraising.
That was under fundraising in our report, and I didn't catch it because the dollar amount of each check was so small. So we can have that reclassified for next year.
Is it easier for you to answer questions afterwards or during when we're talking?
If it's related to what we're going over, I'd say during.
During?
Yeah, and if it's something that I already have a slide for down the road, I can let you know too.
I'm interested in the investment returns net.
Okay.
Page 4, you just spoke about that. I showed in 2022, we have a net loss of 173,486.
Yes,
And then compared to 2021, where we had a gain of 119,450.
correct.
So a difference of,
That's that 293,000 or whatever that number was.
I see a large difference in the expenses, the home delivered meals, C2
Yep,
from 2022 to
yes,
2021.
and that I do have a slide on that we'll talk about.
And a large decrease in the grants and special projects.
The grants and special projects, the big change there are all of those significant one-time grants. So for example, that technology grant of 88,000, you had PPE grants that came in a year ago, the payroll protection program money. So a lot of specific grants that the director had gone after because there was so much grant funding available during COVID that weren't repeated, they were one-time grants.
Understood. And then I have other questions, the types of audits that can
Okay.
be performed that I think we can talk about afterwards.
Okay. Next slide, please. So looking at the meals that were being provided.
Yeah.
We have this separated between home delivered meals and congregate meals. And you can see the congregate meals in 20 were doing much better, and then COVID hit and they dropped and they have not recovered. So you're back up to 1,548 congregate meals during the 22 fiscal year. But that's not where you were at in 2020 at 6,481. However, the home delivered meals have increased. They increased about 2,000 meals from 21 to 22. Next slide. So one test that we do during the audit is we want to look at what is your average donation per meal being served. And we look at it separately between congregate dining and home delivered meals because the process for how that operates is different. So when we look at your congregate meal donations and compare it over 5 years, you'll see that it has continued to increase a little bit each year with a larger increase this year. So for 2022, the average donation per meal was $4.23 for congregate meals. Next slide, please, Robin.
Mhm.
Now, on the offset, and this was a concern to us when we look at the home delivered meals and the average donation per home delivered meal. You'll see that there's always going to be some fluctuations with the economy and what people can afford and so on. But in 2022, there was a large decrease in the average donation per meal. It went down from $1.16 per meal to 82 cents per meal. So to give you a feel for what that would equate to, looking just at the 2021 compared to 2022, had the average donation per meal stayed the same, that's $11,173 of a difference. So that is a significant difference, and we will talk about those concerns later as well. Food costs per meal. And this is one thing that you guys had mentioned that I said we would talk about. Another test we do is we want to look at how much are you spending per meal being provided. And in this test, we are combining congregate meals and home delivered meals because it's really hard to separate what food is being purchased for which meal. So we look at that in total. And when you look at those costs, you can see that they, they fluctuated over the years, but in 2022, the cost went from $2.03 a meal in 2021 to $3.02 a meal in 2022. That's a 49% increase. Now, I do know food costs have increased. I believe when we were looking up at all the stats, I want to say that meat costs were like 10 to 14% of an increase, and produce has a big increase. But none of the increases account for a 49% increase. And keep in mind that 49% is on a per meal basis. So we're already taking into account the fact that more meals are being provided. So we did do extensive testing on the meal cost, the food cost, to make sure that there was nothing that seemed alarming to us. And everything worked out well. Everything was being delivered to the center. It was for things that we could see on the menus. We don't have any concerns there. I think it's just a matter of the foods being purchased in 22 are more expensive than the foods being purchased in 21. So that's just something to bring to the board's attention so that the board can decide if they're good with that, they're going to continue as it's going, or if they want to try to rein in the cost on the meals.
So we're spending more on food than spending less, basically.
Correct. You're
Okay.
spending more per meal than you did in the previous year. And I'm not saying that's bad, that's just something the board has to decide if that's the way to go. Next slide. This is the same concept. It's the average cost per meal in total, salaries, wages, the cost of food for those meals. And again, you can see it increased. This is because of the food cost increase as well as pay increases for employees. So the next slide is just looking at revenues, and I like to separate the revenue between the types of revenue so that we can see where the fluctuations are. And you can see for property taxes, the millage went up in 21, and now it's just a little bit of an increase from taxable value increases, right in line with what we would expect. The grant revenue came down because of all of those one-time grants in 21 that we talked about. Program income is going up. That's your in-home services and your transportation revenue coming in at a higher rate than what your meals donations went down. In-kind contributions. What that is those are those foods that you're receiving from this year, the Food Bank of Eastern Michigan. And in 2020, when you see it so high, you were also receiving quite a bit of donated food from Gordon's Foods, and they haven't done that the last 2 years. The interest income we already talked about, you can see that you had a gain in 2021, and then it dropped down to a loss in 22, and then the other income is very small. Any questions on those revenues before we move to expenses? All right. On the expense side, same thing, just to look at it a little bit differently. If you're not going to see a ton of fluctuations here. On the salaries and related expenses, it's going up because you have additional full-time equivalent people, as well as pay increases. And then the health insurance and the taxes and so on are going to fluctuate with those. The food costs, you can see the big hike from 21 to 22, but the reason 2020 is so high is because of those Gordon food donations that went into the pantry. Depreciation, repair, and maintenance. I mentioned earlier that your repair and maintenance did go down this year on your vehicles. Contracted services remain consistent. Travel is increased because of gasoline prices as well as the travel for the program. The supply.
I do have a question there on the expenses. Where it says other on page 6.
Yeah.
In your report.
Oh, on page 6.
Not your slides.
Oh.
He's looking
How
at
about the graph? I wasn't presented the actual.
So you're looking at the audit report though?
Yeah, that's what.
Yeah, page 6.
Okay.
The bottom of expenses where it says other under utilities.
Mhm.
What would that be? I see that it was $44,000 in 2022 and $18,000. Can you give me an example of what would other be?
Well, I can't tell you what these are without pulling all of your accounts because I don't recall exactly what accounts are being pulled into there, but I can get that for you. But a miscellaneous expense would really be any category that in and of itself, if it was its own line, would not be significant enough to constitute its own line. So there are miscellaneous expense lines in the general ledger, but there could also be something like, yeah, I was gonna say dues, but dues has its own line. So I don't have that on the top of my head, but I can get that for you, a grouping schedule that will list all of the accounts for you. Would that be helpful?
Yeah.
So I guess the question follow up. So based on all the expenses and the revenues, the agency is only that the negative was about $50,000 of actual money that was actually spent because we were 50,000 in the hole. But all the other revenue and expenses, even the increases in expenses because of the things, actual what came out of our pockets were about $51,000 for this fiscal year.
Correct.
And this is different than other fiscal years previous where you saw in your PowerPoint that there were profits in those areas.
I don't want to speak to what your gain or loss was in previous years.
Okay.
Without having those in front of me. In 21, you had an exceptional year. In 21, you increased your fund balance $393,000, but you've had so many one-time grants coming in. So big picture view, a $51,000 net loss. Big picture,
Right.
you take into account the food cost, the food cost is double what your loss was, so. I guess my thought there would be that some of it's within your control. That you could have, if the food cost would have been able to then maintain lower, you could have netted zero.
And that 51,000 keeps in consideration of those one-time grants that were not
Correct.
re-upped for the next
Correct.
following year. Okay.
Cindy,
Yeah,
I also noted, on one of the pages, I'm not sure which one, that it said kitchen rental. $600 and something. We have never rented out the kitchen, so would that be another thing that got put in the wrong category?
well, I don't think it says kitchen rental in the report, does it?
Yes.
It
I'll
says-
find it and I'll come back.
Okay, because I know in the trial balance, the account name of the trial balance says kitchen rental, but that's really the rental of up here. But in the audit report, it just says rent. So it's included in rent in the audit report. We just didn't ask the commission to create a new line, a new account.
Okay.
We just put it into rent. Okay, so
Next
then
slide.
to look at big picture of your expenses and what makes up your expenses. 44% of your costs are in your people. It's your wages, it's your benefits, it's your taxes. 29% is food, 7% is administration and other. And then 4% for supplies, travel, contracted services, depreciation, repair, maintenance, and then 2% for rent and utilities.
Next slide.
Next slide. So beginning on page 8 of the audit report is where you get into the notes to the financial statements. And this is where we go through the accounting policies and practices of the commission, go into more detail on some of the different line items in the front of the financials. And really, there's only a couple that I want to make sure I point out to you that would be unique to you. And one is economic dependency. Whenever you receive more than 5% of your income source from one sole provider, you're considered to be economically dependent on them, and we're required to disclose that. So we did include that you receive 15% of your revenues from NEMSCA and 22% of your revenues from the Food Bank of Eastern Michigan. And remember, those revenues are not passed, that's the food that's being donated. Next slide. We also include some footnote disclosure on the investments and talk about the fact that the level 1 measurements and go through that detail in the financials. And also you do have that SBA loan that is considered a long-term debt of $150,000. It was deferred for a while and now I believe the payments just started. Next slide. Whenever the board approves a contract or approves a purchase or makes a motion that has significant financial impact that's not been completed as of the end of your fiscal year, that's considered to be a commitment. So we do include in the financial statements the 3 contracts that were approved prior to September 30th that were not complete. We show the total contract, what's remaining on the contract at September 30th, and then any related tables.
So that underneath that commitments, that site, project on the left, $288,000. That's our signed contract that we have with the architect.
Correct.
Our signed, completed, or not completed contract. Next to that, remaining commitment of $215,381 shows there. So am I to assume that we have paid $73,000 off of what we owe them?
Correct. The difference between the total contract and the remaining, less the $3,576 that was sitting in an accounts payable and it hadn't been paid yet.
Right, so we have paid them $73,000. And then below that, the professional service agreement, the contract of $25,000 with Larry Molnar, remaining commitment of $10,000, so we have paid him $15,000.
Correct.
You kind of, back a couple pages in our brochure or in the packet. No, go ahead and continue. I'll get to it.
Okay.
They're talking about the fixed assets that you skipped over a little
Did
bit.
I skip? I'm so sorry.
Yeah, we have a fixed asset of a construction in progress.
Yeah, so you do have construction in progress.
Of 141,000
Yes.
as a fixed asset. Construction in
So
progress.
this
Could
is-
you explain that?
Yes, construction in progress is when you have money that's going into something that is going to be a fixed asset, but the construction is not complete and that asset has not been placed into service. So this is where your side-on payments, your ethos payments, your Molnar payments, Shaw, Preen and
Newhoff.
Duoff. Those costs, everything that's gone into that project are sitting in construction in progress, because since the asset is not in place yet, we don't depreciate it.
Great, and the amount is $141,000,
Correct.
right? Thank you.
The next slide. Similar to a commitment, when the board makes a motion or when something happens that's of significant financial impact after the end of your fiscal year, but before the issuance of our audit report, that's considered to be a subsequent event, and we disclose that as well. And as I know you're well aware, on October 1st, the commission was awarded a $12.5 million grant from the Michigan Economic Development Corporation. So we do include that in the footnotes. So then in the back of your audit report, you find a letter, and this letter is not found, and this is what we call our management letter. The management letter is made up of 2 appendices, and the first appendix is the very canned communication where we're required to go through and disclose to you a bunch of different things. So the first thing is with significant audit matters. We're just telling you that there's no significant changes in accounting policies from the previous year, and that there is a significant estimate included in your financials, and that's related to the value of the donated food. So the way we do value that is for taking the pounds at the average estimated cost per pound that is provided directly from the food bank in Michigan. There were no difficulties encountered. There are no material uncorrected misstatements. There were no disagreements with management. Management provided us written representation at the completion of our audit that everything they had provided to us was accurate to the best of their knowledge, that they weren't withholding information from us. We're not aware of you consulting with other auditors for a different or better opinion, and there's no other issues or matters outside of Appendix 2. And then we get to Appendix 2. Next slide, please. So when we do an audit, we're always looking for compliance concerns, areas of improvement, internal control weaknesses, and there's 3 different levels that we can classify those. The first 2 I'm going to define for you together: a material weakness and a significant deficiency. By definition, both of those would require the concerning area to be a significant aspect of the financial statements. And then what you look at is it reasonably possible that with the current situation we're looking at, something could go wrong to misstate the financial statements? Yes or no? If the answer is yes, then you have to decide, could it be material? If it could materially misstate the financial statements, it's a material weakness. If it would not be material, but it could, at a smaller value, misstate the financial statements, it's a significant deficiency. And then everything else that we find that doesn't meet those definitions becomes an other matter. So we do have some in each category to talk about. First, with the material weakness, financial statement preparation. This is a disclaimer and a comment that I put in every single audit report that I issue. So I want to make sure I explain clearly what this is. The ACCOA guidelines say it is completely acceptable for you to have the auditor prepare this bound report. completely allowed. But in doing so, there is a risk that the board has to be aware of, and this is me making sure you're aware of that risk, that if I make a mistake, would you catch my mistake? Dolores went through this thing with a fine tooth comb, I think she'd find any mistakes. But this is the risk that we're disclaiming, is we're just saying it's allowed, but we want you to know that there is risk that you're accepting by having us prepare this. So because we do have to post journal entries or propose journal entries to the commission during the audit, we always make sure to include this in our letter. Then we come to significant deficiencies. And again, this is saying that it's reasonably possible something could go wrong, but it wouldn't be material to the financial statements. And as I mentioned earlier, the average donation per home delivered meal decreased pretty significantly this year, which is a concern to us. Now, the commission has really good policies and procedures surrounding the cash receipts, whether it's congregate dining or the home delivered meals or the in-home services. They have really good policies and procedures that have been in place. And what we found is that those weren't being followed during the year. So we are recommending that management encourage staff, train staff to know what those policies and procedures are to make sure they're being implemented to correct that issue. And then the other two matters that we wanted to point out, again, these are not material weaknesses or significant deficiencies, but things that we think are important to talk about. And one was with the board minute documentation. We go through and we read all your board minutes and we recap all of the motions that are made that would have any audit relevance. And we found a lot of times where something was discussed, but there's no notation of actual motions being made. And then we're able to find something else down the road that supports that it was approved, but those motions weren't worded well enough in the minutes to help truly identify the intent of the board. So I just want to encourage you to really make sure your minutes are solid. And as I saw you doing tonight, going through and making changes as you need to, so that what you're putting out there as your approved actions is truly the intent of the board. Thank you for that. And then the final one was the in-home visit signature. So the commission has really good procedures in place for making sure that when employees are going into the homes to provide in-home services, that there's either a written signature or a voice signature and something to support, yep, they were there, the services were provided. And so we did a test of those and we did find a handful where that wasn't happening. Just want to encourage you again, just make sure staff understand the importance of following those procedures. Next slide. So last year, we had some different comments, and so I just want to catch up as to how'd you do? How did the improvement go? The financial statement preparation comment was there, it's still there, it's going to remain there, just the disclaimer. Purchasing policy. So last year, we had some comments on making sure that your purchasing policy was worded in the way that the board intended and then accurately followed. And we saw progress made in that. We know that you worked on a purchasing policy. We tested the adherence to that purchasing policy and we did not have any findings. Meal count reporting. If you remember a year ago, there were some issues that were uncovered during the audit where some frozen meals were being counted twice and reported to MEMSCA twice, inflating the meal counts. And so we worked with the staff at that time on how to make sure that those were being tracked, and we retested it this year without exception. Those are being tracked correctly. And then inventory counts. When we were here a year ago, inventory counts were not being done on a consistent basis. And especially with food costs on the rise, it's really important to make sure that we're on top of our inventory. We know what we have, we know what we can use it on, and that we're making sure nothing can potentially walk out the door. So this year, I did see progress was made because at the time of the audit work being done, they were doing timely and inventory counts, not during the whole year, which is why I didn't say corrected, but being done timely by the time the audit was started. Questions?
Yes, I have several. In particular, the management comments that we were just going over, 2 words or 3 words keep coming up: internal control deficiency. Deficiency in internal control material weakness. You say, accordingly, we do not express an opinion on the effectiveness of the ACCOA County Commission on Aging's internal control. Our consideration of internal control was for the limited purpose described in the preceding paragraph and was not designed to identify all deficiencies in internal control that might be material weakness or significant weakness. Therefore, material weaknesses or significant deficiencies may exist that were not identified. I know you do several types of audit. This is basically considered a financial
This is a
financial statement audit.
Yeah.
You do, I see you're a forensic fraud investigator, so you do fraud examinations. Do you have some type of audit or procedure that you perceive that you can do to help us with internal control deficiencies?
So there's different engagements that can be done. So just to explain the difference with a financial statement audit and a forensic audit. A financial statement audit, as I defined earlier, is an opinion on these numbers, are they accurate? When you look into a fraud audit or a fraud investigation, to do one of those, you have to have what's called predication of fraud. And that means that something has come to your attention to make you believe that fraud has occurred and there's enough evidence to support that. So you're doing a forensic investigation on a specific area, specific purpose or person to determine did it happen, how much, and find the support to prove that. But now somewhere in the middle ground, which is I think what you're referring to, because we don't have the latter, we do have procedures that we would consider agreed upon procedures that we have done, where you could do an internal control review of specific areas where you say, I want you to thoroughly examine and test this area, and this area. And what we do is we come in and just at a more deeper scale, gain a better understanding of exactly who's doing what, and then test it much more thoroughly to make sure, is that really what's happening? Are there places things can fall through the cracks, and provide those recommendations? We do that internal control evaluation. We do that as part of the audit, but it's at a little bit of a smaller scale than if it was elaborated to be just that engagement.
Thank you.
Are there other questions for Ms. Scott?
And I have one before, are you finished with? I do have a question. I'm on the finance committee and I come in once, twice a week, whatever, to sign checks. Is it my responsibility, which I'm assuming it is, when I see a check and it says something that sends up a red flag, is it my responsibility to ask questions about that and see?
Absolutely.
Why are we paying this person $5 or 5,000 or on the mileage checks? Is it my responsibility to ask when it just says, like says Greenbush 49 miles? Is it my responsibility to ask questions about that?
I would say as a check signer, absolutely. If you're
Okay.
coming in to sign the check, you need to be comfortable with what you're putting your name on. So I would encourage you to not feel like you can't ask those questions or look at that support, to be able to say, yes, this is a good expense for the commission.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that.
Would you have a problem if another board member sat in with her and had an extra pair of eyes looking at her?
Not at all. I actually have met with many boards over the years where I've suggested that they rotate that responsibility, because if the same person does it all the time, you've always got the risk of collusion if it's only one person looking at them all the time. But then there's also just the risk of you getting so used to seeing a specific vendor that it doesn't throw up a red flag, or with another board member, they might say, I don't know why, what's going on with that vendor. They might dig a little bit differently.
Yeah, so you're saying not only is it okay, but it'd actually be beneficial to
I
have
think
someone
it's
else.
beneficial to rotate that responsibility. How often you rotate it is up to the board, but I think that is a good thing.
You have issues with somebody taking pictures of the checks on their personal cell phone?
I'm responding to the board, so I'm asking the board if you want me to reply to that question.
I would like you to
Okay,
reply.
so the question was, is there an issue with taking pictures of a check?
Right.
So I think what you have to keep in mind is that ACCOA Commission on Aging is a nonprofit organization. It's not a governmental entity. And so the confidentiality rules are different. So what I'm going to say is taking a picture as a board member who's already privy to that information, taking a picture on a cell phone is not an issue. But if you are breaching your confidentiality agreement by sharing that picture, now you have an issue. And I don't know what the confidentiality policy is for the commission. I'm sure I have it in my file, but I don't know it on the top of my head, but that would be the question. Is what is the confidentiality policy for the board members and would sharing that breach it? But the board member
There's
themselves,
no problem taking a picture or a photo of something. The problem is if you're sharing it with somebody outside of the public.
correct.
Okay. Any further questions? If not, thank you, Cindy, both for your work and for your presentation.
Do your checks require two signatures?
Yeah.
If it requires two signatures, then you need to have two signatures, but whether or not those both have to be board members. Really, in my mind, the control is somebody looking at stuff after the fact? Is somebody making sure that the bank statements and what's coming through the bank account is what was approved by the board? Whether or not that second signature is a second board member, I don't think you need to control. But you do need to follow your policy, so if your policy says that has to happen, we need to do it.
Okay, thank you. Okay,
No,
oh, I'm sorry.
not for you. No, as I was reviewing the new board agenda, I was wondering if we could potentially propose to move Director Perrin's presentation to right before the public comment, so that way we can hear what the public has to say with the new plan.
I have no objection to having Mr. Perrin go ahead. Does anyone?
No objection.
Okay. Leroy, you're up.
Very good. Microphones? No, I don't think so. We'll see. Can I get a couple of gentlemen to bring one of those tables back there forward? I'd greatly appreciate it. I didn't realize we couldn't have this one. That's big enough, don't we?
Guys, there's smaller tables in the back against the wall instead of rolling that round table up.
Gentlemen, actually, I didn't realize there was an empty table up here, so, thank you. I'll just use this one. Thank you, Doug. Turn that microphone around. Unroll my roll up.
Mhm.
Dr. Turk, if I can get you to pass those out to the board members, I appreciate it.
I think I got everything.
We got Crawford.
Oh, I already got it? Okay, thank you. Mr. President, I'm sorry. I assume it's okay if I.
Oh, yes, go,
Okay,
go.
thank you.
We're all eager to hear what you got.
Okay, my purpose, everybody, is that I am a member of the new building committee. And I'm sure everybody's aware that over the last several months, there's been a lot of squabbling over contracts, building, you know, the whole process we're going through.
Excuse me, Leroy, would you be able to take your table over there? That way you don't have to have your back against anybody. You stand on the other side, but maybe, and then so you can face the audience too, or
Oh, okay.
it's up to you.
All right. You only have to turn your back to Rollin now.
Yeah, there you go.
And that,
He doesn't mind.
Yeah, we're all. Okay, so there's been, a lot of squabble. We got this tremendous grant to build a senior center. It's always been our purpose to build a senior center. This grant came with a few strings attached to it. Okay, so we've been trying to work through those. I'm sorry to say that as a board member and a member of the building committee, I have not been able to look at certain documents to see what those restrictions are. But anyway, moving forward, we've had these plans in place for 30,000 square foot senior / community center. On those plans presented, there has been, I think it's about 10 ADA compliant senior build. And then there was another approximately 16 townhomes. And I don't want to get into the various things about the income and blah, blah. However, at the last board meeting where there will need to be a correction in the minutes, I was actually told that the townhomes do not have to be in this project. Okay, that's great. So my proposal, I would like to have permission from the board. I have these plans. I contacted Crawford County. Who are in a building project right now, doing a new senior center. Their plans, which you will be able to look at these after the meeting if you like, are approximately 12,000 square feet. That's a long ways from 30,000. In these plans, I believe you will find everything that a senior center needs, plus a few things. Now, I am not saying that this is what we want to build. What I'm saying, this is representative of 12,000 square feet and what can we get for a senior center in 12,000 square feet. And then I believe also that we can cut down, we can totally do away with the townhomes, which many people do not want. And that also raises a problem with our 501c3. That's outside the realm of senior center. However, we would be able to do some of the senior villa, which would be, handicap accessible, ADA compliant. And we would cut those down, I don't know, to just a few. And that would depend on how far $12.5 million would go in this project. One of the main things I wanted to do in the last building committee was to find out, we've had all these drawings and all these proposals. And every time we get one proposal or one proposal in the contract, before we could even wrap our heads around this one, there was another one on YouTube. I'm kind of opposed to that. I think the building committee should have some say in this. And the board. And so I have passed out to the board some floor plans in smaller than this of the Crawford County, their floor plan for their community center, which I believe when everybody takes a look at that, they will see it as quite adequate. Building a 12,000 square foot structure next to a 30,000 square foot structure, a lot of price difference. The whole squabble for me this entire time has been, we have $12.5 million to work with. We cannot afford the estimates of anywhere from, 20 to 30 million to do this project. We can't do it. It's not fair to the county. It's not fair to Lincoln to get into a project and not be able to finish it. I want to know going into a project, do we have the money? Can we complete this project? And will it do for the senior center? We are the senior center. Okay? It's our duty to provide a building for the senior center. there's lots of well-meaning people and projects out there for other things. However, there are also other entities to take care of those. We should be looking at building a senior center. Okay, now in this so-called hub, we are going to have housing. That's where a few of the senior villas will come in. And we also have to have outdoor amenities. We have acreage there and it's wooded. And you know, I want to make sure this project removes as few trees as possible. I want it to look like Lincoln. I would love to have the walking trail, a nature trail around this project. I would love to build a pavilion, hopefully with a barbecue or a fire pit, a gazebo. You know, the senior center has always had, we've hosted weddings, graduations, fundraisers, you know, special events, family reunions. How would you like to have a wedding take place with a gazebo and a beautiful nature area? I think that would be great. That's part of what makes the senior center a community center. We've always hosted the community. Besides, most of our community are seniors.
Yeah, that's right.
So I believe that's what we should be looking for. Later, when you want to come up and look at these plans, I invite you to do that, to see things that were proposed, things that I'm proposing. As a member of the building committee, I am the only person on this board that has any building experience whatsoever. I've been in the building trades for over 50 years. I've had a lot of contact with architects, engineers, contractors, whatever. I think that should be taken into consideration. You know, I don't want to go to a dentist for a heart transplant. So I think many of these things should be taken into consideration. I would invite you, like I say, after the meeting, for the audience, if you would like to take a look at these blueprints. And yeah, one of the things that I would like to do.
I can wait till you're done. I can wait till you're done.
Oh.
I'm just notifying Will that I have.
Okay. One of the things that I would like to do, the property that we have, you know, there's a lot of slopes on it. Okay, in one of the latest drawing that we have on YouTube, it shows the Lincoln Food Pantry and the garage for our vehicles as a future project. I'm sorry, but I think the Lincoln Food Pantry should be right up there first on the list. Now, on the terrain that we have to build on, it'd be quite easy to build the basic senior center, one level, of course. But underneath a portion of that, due to the slope, we could have a garage that could house our vehicles. That could house the food pantry. I would like to see our kitchen built above that. And that way we could have a service elevator from the kitchen down to the garage. So as those in the kitchen prepare the meals, for the Meals on Wheels and such, they can put those on a cart, put them in the elevator, take them down, put them into the vehicles that are inside, out of the weather. Up go the doors and out go the vehicles. I think that's pretty common sense. Anyway, that's pretty much it. So, there's some questions?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So all of those things were addressed and are in the binder under our committee report in regards to what is currently the new recommendation of $12.5 million building the senior center with a wellness fitness with ACCOA admin, senior villas only, and also the outdoor amenities that are made for seniors. So I'm curious as to why you did not print this one nice and big. This is the one that we requested after our committee meeting. SIDOT group came back and said, this is exactly what we can get for 12.5 million. It is senior focused only, which would not impact our 501c3 status, as everything is senior. Why are we not discussing this in this presentation? Because I believe Crawford County is awesome and they're doing an amazing job, but they're also renovating a building. We're
That's
building
true.
brand new. So, and every single thing, if you also look in our committee report, I know it's really, really tiny, but they do a side by side of what Crawford County has and what we wanted.
Mhm.
And every single thing that they have, we also have. So thank you. I have the floor. Thank you. So we have done all that. This is what we have recommended. This is the image that we specifically requested per your request. And I love that advice because it does fulfill absolutely everything we want. So I guess I'm just curious why you didn't bring that up in this presentation, because we did all this. This is what you asked for. This is what we felt as a committee was going to be the best way moving forward. And this is what we have in our committee report as the plan moving forward.
Mhm.
So
I'd be glad to answer.
okay, thank you.
Okay. In that committee meeting, by the way, where I was ambushed, which will be corrected in the minutes later on, there's 3 people on the building committee. Myself, Director Swans, and St. John. When I walked into the committee meetings expecting 3 people, I walked into Will St. John, Director Swan, Mr. Avery, Mr. Doug Cheap, and 2 architects on a Zoom meeting. And when I sat down, I was handed an agenda at that point. I think that was an ambush. I had 6 people badgering me for an hour and a half. Finally, I did get my request that we would consult with the architects to see what $12.5 million would get us. Okay, they sent us a line item. Not this one, but the one that is currently on YouTube. And they just took a pen and struck out a bunch of things. That's fine. I would have preferred to have had a little bit better. I mean, even a bubble plan like this, I think would have been much better. That's my feeling.
I'm sorry, but that's what
I'm sorry, but I'm speaking right now. You're out of order. Okay.
Sounds like you're ambushing them right now.
Really?
Yeah.
Guys, no, let's speak simple.
Kind of stuff in here. I'll call police, like I said, last week, and have you removed. And if you think I'm kidding, try me and see. I've done it before, and I'll do it again.
Thank you. Let's go back, Mr. Perrin, you're talking.
Okay, so I requested this time to make a presentation, what I would like to see. All right, we can squabble, we can fight. I've also want to ask for some other things too. I would like to become the liaison between Alcona Center and the architects. Every time I turn around, there's been a change. And every time there's a change, it costs us money. A change that committee or boards have not approved. So therefore, I would like to become the liaison along with the building committee. That would be fine. Yeah, I just feel it's very important that we work within our budget.
Thank you, Mr.
Dr.
Perrin.
Turk, you have a question?
You recognized.
To be clear, in our last board packet at the last meeting, this is the only floor plan for the community center, senior center that we have ever got Now subsequently, there's been one on YouTube, subsequently taking the Director Perrin's advice, there's a new one. But when we were forced with a vote on whether to approve the last amended contract with SIDOC, this is the only floor plan we had. This floor plan was for 30,000 plus square foot, had 2 dance studios, a sauna, 13 bathrooms, including a private bathroom in the executive director's office with a shower. So this is the only thing we had to go by. Now, if subsequent changes have been made, that is great. But this might explain why the board rejected nearly unanimously the previous IDOC contract and sent the contract that we're reviewing today back to the new building project to review. But this is what we have to vote on. And I made extra copies, so we'll have more in back if you're interested in seeing that. We can only vote on what we had in front of us. This was, and as Director Perrin said, there is no Lincoln Food Pantry in the contract that we'll be reviewing. So in clarity, I think that's the best thing about
Can I
clarity.
Thank you, Bob. Pam.
I would like to point out to you, Bob, that was already rejected. So why are we bringing it up as if it were something that we were going forward with?
You would have to ask.
Well,
I'm asking you.
let's,
You're bringing it up. He wasn't.
The
I
contract
think
we
it's
have-
drama, but I think it's not appropriate because we already rejected it in November.
yes, this is moot.
So
And
I like to bring some clarifications, if I may. And take this time, hopefully uninterrupted. So let's do some clarification of the Crawford County project. They are doing a remodel of an existing structure, which already within itself has a lower cost to square foot value. Okay. Second, their total project, because we've been working with this project for over 3 years and working with them to see what they have, is proposed at 19,000 square feet, because their total project wanted to include a gym. Unfortunately, they don't have the resources or the revenue to pay for their gym addition. So they had to put that on the chopping block or for future development later. So when he says there's only 12,000 square feet, that's where they're at now, but their proposed is 19,000 square feet. So let's talk about the 30,000 square feet proposed site. Again, you look at about 6,000 to 9,000 square feet of that facility is non-use space, like air ducts, hallways, places where you're not going to put people. Also, when you adjust for the building, for the gym space, you have about 7,000 square feet, because that's about the same distance as somebody's thing is over there. There we go. Oh, is that me? I don't have one. I got a big enough mouth, people can hear me. So when you adjust to look at what a gym floor is, it's about 7,000 to 8,000 square feet. And again, we sat down, what we thought in good faith, to talk about what was going to build at $12.5 million, because the question was, well, Mr. Avery, you're talking with all of these other community partners to get additional funds. What can we build with what we got? So we reduced it down to say, if we got $0 extra, this is what we can build. So that's that first clarification. The second question that came up was our 501c3 status. Why are we doing housing? That was the question, not why are we not doing senior housing, is can the senior center do housing? I find it very disingenuous a little bit to say that we're going to do housing when you pose the question of why are we doing housing? Can the senior center even do housing? But in your new proposal, you said, we're going to do housing. Which is it? Are we at risk of our 501c3, which we have information, and we'll present that later. But again, are we at risk with our 501c3 not doing this or not being able to provide housing? We then said, okay, we will acquiesce and say, because we agreed, everyone agreed, including this board and this body, that we would prioritize senior housing first. And we would put the 16 as a future development pending approval of the missing middle project. So we would get the senior/community center built because we don't need any zoning, any permission. All we need is a contract manager and we can move forward. That can already be in the hopper working. Then the second part would be the senior villas, which we don't need any additional funding, and community amenities. But that proposal got kicked and kicked after month after month. So I just had, I guess that question, because when we present this, and we just took some pictures or make some copies so everybody can have a copy of what's in the committee report. So that we, as a committee, as a group, because you wanted to sit down with a room full of people who are a part of the project, like why, I don't consider that ambush, is sitting down with individuals. I do believe Director Turek at the 12-6 meeting made the suggestion that we should involve community experts and community people for that subcommittee. I believe that's on YouTube and on video. So we reached out, I believe Chairman Swan reached out to a downtown development agency that's responsible for business development and asked that community expert to be a part of this meeting, invited SIDOC, who is our architect, so that they would be a part of the meeting, so we can all have a meeting with a bunch of experts to move forward on this project. I don't see the problem in that.
Okay. Thank you, Lenny. Yes.
First of all, there is a plan in our book, but it is so tiny, you can't even read it with a magnifying glass. And so far, nobody has asked the board, what do we want in this building? Do we want a weight room? Do we need a quiet room? I think the board, or at least the building committee, should sit and ask the board what we want. Not what the director wants, not what a certain individual wants, but what does the board want? Speaking on behalf of the county, the community.
Can I
This
respond?
is so tiny. It doesn't even say anything.
Can I respond to that? So that is the stuff that comes after we give the approval. So we already have a survey for anyone who is utilizing the senior center at this moment to then go out and ask the people what they want. We have that already planned. However, I'm not going to ask people what they want if we're still stuck here. If I can't say, you tell me what you want and I'll make sure it's in the new building because we don't have the plan to move the new building forward, all I'm doing is making empty promises and saying, tell me what you want. Oh, you can't get it because we're not moving forward. So that is in the plan. That's already in the plan. We need to get through this portion so then we can get to the fun part, which is the planning portion, which is what we're going to allocate that space to. The decorating, the picking of our furniture, that's the fun part, but we have to get through this part first.
Can I follow up really quickly? So to answer Director Flicker's question, what was requested in the senior center? So he brings, Director Perrin brings out Crawford County. In your book, which we submit to you in time to submit your questions, to submit your referrals, when you are presented with the book and you're presented this information, that is an opportunity for you to provide feedback for that. Also, when you are looking at the floor plan and the design of the current design plan, it models right after Crawford County. Piece by piece, room by room. They have a workout center, we have a workout center. They have a community room, we have a community room. They have a nice little gazebo porch. We have a gazebo porch. It mirrors them. All the way through the entirety. The only difference is we have a 500 square foot room for kids that they don't have, and that's about the size of a 2-car garage. So, and with reference to this, this was a bubble diagram from back from 2000, 2001. Has no bearings. The diagrams, the bubble diagrams are not floor plans. They're just room associations. Like this could be here, and these things are not final. They can be adjusted or moved.
Yes, I suspect I'm going to get a motion to approve Director Perrin's plan. I should explain that that what we have at the moment are what are called bubble diagrams. They're not floor plans. They are ideas about what should be close to something else. That's all it is. It's nothing more than that. The part to get to a floor plan is to talk with the architects, talk with the construction manager, talk with the board liaison, and work out that detail. That all comes later. That we have a pretty good idea of which rooms we want. We want a commercial kitchen. We want to be able to feed people. We want office space for the transportation director and everybody else. All that part is fairly clear. The detail of how that's arranged, the detail of how big those spaces are, all that is the next step. And there will be, according to the proposal from SIDOC, at least 2 public comment sessions in which the then current floor plan will be displayed. Everyone gets to talk, see, yes, I love that, I hate that, and so forth. And then again, it'll go back to the liaison, the building committee, the architects, the construction manager to work it all out. And that's where the experts come in and make sure that the building works. So that's where we are at this point.
I'd like to finish up.
Yes.
Okay. The fact that this is an existing building and we're doing a new building has no significance except the cost they are going to pay and what we're looking at for the cost of the entire project to build a new building. As I said before, this is not our floor plan. This is just an example of what we can have in a senior center. All these other bubble diagrams and whatever, this is what we have been given to look at. In the new board packet, there is some scratching out of that little tiny diagram that we saw before. I will leave this up to the board since they have been involved in this from day one. They know what they've received, what they haven't received. The new contract that trying to get signed with SIDOC still has 30,000 square foot. Okay. Now, my experience in the building industry is if you go to an architect, you take him an idea of what you want. You say, I want this in a building, and this is how much money I have to spend. What can you do for me? You don't go and just say, draw me up some plans. Architects need to know what they're dealing with, what is expected of them, and how much you're going to pay. So like I said, I will leave this up to the discretion of the board. I just wanted to bring this proposal forth since we haven't made a whole lot of progress. Okay, and a lot of other things I can say, but I'm just going to leave that on the table for now, for time. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ryan. Oh, sorry. Sure.
I would like to make a motion at this time that we put Leroy and the building committee in charge of this project, in charge of the new building project. Whether it be is called the senior center, community center, whatever it's called, I would like to, Leroy has the experience. He has worked with this for years and years and years. I feel he has the knowledge and his committee to move forward with this, bring up some plans that ACCOA would like to have. And I'd like to see him in charge. I make a motion, put him and his committee in charge.
We
Yes.
want to jump ahead, I will second that, but that is one of the items on the agenda, but if we want to bump that. up,
Yes,
I will second that.
I have. At the, this confuses me. At the moment, we have a proposed plan which the motion would assign particular people to. What we don't have at the moment, which I think should come first, is an agreement to move forward with the plan. And I have no idea about what Robert's rules say at this point. But it might be better if we voted first on whether to vote to go forward with Mr. Perrin's plan.
Yeah, I don't think he was asking for a motion at all, and I think she jumped ahead in something to the agenda that we're looking, I believe. She was saying to possibly give Leroy more of a direct contact with the architect as opposed to maybe the executive director, but I would withdraw my second as long as we have a chance to make this motion later in the.
Certainly.
Okay, I'll withdraw
Okay.
for now.
Mr. President?
Yes,
Could I clarify one statement?
certainly.
Okay. There was mention of the 501c3 and building of the homes, okay. In this proposal, we are going to build senior homes, only senior. Okay, we don't have any townhomes. That we can do in the 501c3, as long as it is for seniors. Okay, that's one of the big rubs right now. So, you know, going forward, I mean, so far we've spent $140,000 plus. And as far as I can see, we don't have much of anything. I would like to go forward and change that. Thank you.
Okay. The chair would entertain a motion to move forward with Mr. Perrin's plan.
I think they're saying that they don't like.
Yeah, they
wanna
yeah,
wait.
they want to, they have
Oh,
a
I'm sorry.
systematic approach on their agenda that people can go through. But I think that what the question that everybody else is here listening and waiting for is that if we're gonna support the site out contract that has been placed upon the committee,
No,
or what, or we're even moving forward.
I think right now we're done with that and we're going to public comment because that is what we moved.
I would
Okay.
think that would come up in the committee reports, this from a new building project subcommittee.
Yep.
To had their recommendations with the site out, so I think that's in the committee reports.
Oh, okay. I misunderstood. Thank you. Then, if that's the case, then I'd be happy to hear Dolores's motion again. And
I removed my second, you removed
He-
your
they
first.
both-
Proceed with the agenda.
So his
Yeah.
his
Want to
presentation
do
is
it later.
over.
So they want public comment.
Okay, that's fine. All right, public comment then. Yes, sir.
Rick Kiesel, Kings Township. I just wanted to say that my intent was to ask you guys some of these questions and some of the stuff today. But I want to thank Director Perrin for at least having the courage to come up here and point out some of the things that he did to let us know what in the heck is going on, because we really don't know. And I've talked to a lot of people that own businesses here and community. No one really knows what is going on with these. Who's got what are we building? What are we doing? What's the 12.5 million? And so I find that it's refreshing that we get some information. Okay, and I thank you, Mr. Director.
Yes, really nice.
Thank you.
Name,
I'm Joe Lukashevich. I'm from Greenbush Township. I'm also a senior. I'm also a registrant here to participate in activities at the ACCOA. I'm also speaking today as a chair of the ACCOA Democratic Party. The ACCOA Democratic Party is on record for its unequivocal support of the project proposed by Mr. Avery. The $12.5 million grant for the project is not pork, as some disgruntled residents have called it, nor is it charity as characterized by others. It's a partial payback of our tax dollars we sent to Lansing, and now to be used towards satisfying a critical need in Alcona County with an economic impact that spills well beyond our county borders. While I'm speaking here as chair of the ADP, the Alcona Democratic Party, in support of this project, to be clear, this is not a partisan issue. Senator Jim Stamas, a Republican representing this area in the legislature for 14 years, introduced, then passed the grant funding in his Republican-controlled Appropriations Committee. It was subsequently passed by the Republican-controlled Senate afterward. It was then vetted and approved by the Republican-controlled State House Committee and then the entire Republican-controlled House of Representatives, with Representative Sue Allor, a Republican representative this area, also voting to approve the funding. After clearing both chambers, the issue was sent to Governor Whitmer's desk, a Democrat, where she signed it for final approval. So anyone now objecting to the use of this grant for its approved purpose had plenty of opportunities to voice those objections at the beginning of Mr. Avery's public discussion, which was several years ago. I remember interviewing him on this probably 3+ years ago, and then throughout the legislative process. For this board to impede grant progress now would be nothing less than malfeasance. So, final food for thought. There's 2 billionaires who are asking the state of Michigan and the city of Detroit for $800 million in Michigan grant money and tax abatements for another private development in Detroit. You tell me, which project would you rather see funded with Alcona residents' tax?
Chris Scully from Lincoln. What will happen to this building once it's vacated? I mean, step back and look, I've been here since I was a kid. My father helped build this town. And if you look around now, there's not a lot left in this town. As we age, people are gonna retire. Where are they gonna retire to? I mean, it's a great idea to have a nice senior complex. I've thought many years that we have a senior complex. How much money would it take to renovate this building itself? Instead of having a dead horse like other buildings that we have in town, mine including. I'm 62 years old and I'm on the verge of retirement. Is there somebody going to buy a job in this day and age? That note. Also, I would like to ask the board in the Transparency Act that prior to March of 2022, I would like to see vehicle maintenance logs on the Colorado that was damaged. Any comment from the board? Can I get that information?
I have no idea. We'll look into it. But thank you.
Thank you.
She's first.
First, thank you for the microphones. Thank you very much for those. Second, could we bring the flag out behind the mirror? I know it seems silly, but it's important. I am hoping that due to Cindy's report, that when you start cutting back on your budget to make your food and everything go in line, I hope that you don't trim the quality anymore. I know it's pretty trimmed as it is. Second, I'm gonna call you out on this, sorry, Pam. Not really. Bob brought that up because of the fact that he was pushed into, and a lot of people that weren't there at that meeting are here, but a lot of people weren't. He brought that up to clarify the fact that that's what you guys wanted him to sign off on, and that's the project that they didn't feel right in signing off on. That's the only thing. Lastly, I would like to say you guys have spent over $100,000 to get to a new plan, whether it's Leroy's or the new one that the board came up with. You spent $140,000+ to get to this. And if it wasn't for these two men coming on the board and making you get in line, we wouldn't be where we are, to where we would be into a $12.5 million grant funded, paid for building. We would still be out there with $19,000, $20,000, $30,000 or $1 million, excuse me. And bottom line is, Lincoln is responsible. And you had no right to do that. So it's very, very sad to see that you guys feel good about spending $140,000 to get to this point for your building, and you still are committed to spending over $200,000 to the company. Can you fire those architects? Can you walk away from that? How committed are we into spending that money with them? Because obviously, if you have the right people in place, you don't need to spend another $200,000. That's it. Thank you.
Anyway, so I have a question for what constitutes seniors, because I know there's a lot of different projects or that you guys get money for. So there's 55 starting age, there's 65 starting age. When I worked for NUNSCA and I was school success, ACCOA County has over 30% of their seniors are doubled up taking care of their grandkids. And depending on how this is written, seniors who are taking care of this grandkids will not qualify for these apartments. So, and when I was at the school for 3 years, so that number increased every year I was there, and I can only imagine it's gone up since then, especially since the pandemic, and other families have had to double up in addition to that. A comment about Crawford County, quick Google search while I was sitting here. Their senior, let's see, their percentage of seniors is 42.6%. 16.6% is over 65. ACCOA is a 55% senior citizen rate. So that would explain to me at least why you would need a larger facility. We have more seniors, and 24.5% of those people are over 65. My mother, I'm in the Sanders generation. So I have 4 beautiful little kids, but my mom suffers from dementia. And before she was in a home, she benefited directly from the senior center. She had people who drove out to her house to take care of her. They brought her food. They drove her around the community to make sure she was able to go to events. They brought her here. And this is not a super safe building for other people to come to, especially for seniors. It is not ADA compliant. It is not okay. And I'm not really comfortable bringing my small kids. I come for dance class where we only have to go up the stairs. There's no way I would let them go down the stairs here. It's not safe. And they're 8, you know. Anyway, my point is we need something not just for the current senior community in ACCOA County, because we attract retirees like nobody else. We really do. So we're just going to get a more influx of retirees and an older and older population. Nobody is leaving this place, going to college and choosing to come back. Jacqueline is a shining example of that. She chose to do that. I chose to do that. And I don't need any disrespect for you guys, but you guys are not going to have the infrastructure to take care of the aging population. I'm telling you right now. If you don't have a community center right now that also opens itself up to the public and the under 55 crowd, I'm not that far off. By the time my kids have graduated high school, I will be a senior citizen. So if you don't help the rest of them, you are literally going to be biting the hand that feeds you in the future. Okay? And I mean that with all sincerity. I care so much about so many of you guys on both sides of this crowd. And I don't mean to pander to the audience, but I know a lot of you. I've known a lot of you since I was born. I grew up here. I was raised here. I chose to bring my family back here and to contribute to this community and make it better. I've been met by death threats when I was working at the school. I have been met with opposition for the programs that I would run this community. So just keep that in mind. Don't cut off your nose to spite your face. Who are you?
Thank you. Margie. Margie.
Good morning still.
My name is Margie Pittera from Hayes Township. I'm here in support of the senior center community with housing for our community. And I also have with me signed statements by, as of last night, 58 other citizens. I'd like to give it to the board if may I approach.
Certainly. Thank you, Martin.
Thank you.
I've been handed a list of people who say they support the project.
Right, moving forward to the senior center and community health along with.
Thank you.
Thank you.
In the back, I can't see who that is. I just see a hand.
I'm Karen Johnson from Mankato. I haven't been involved in the senior center, but I've been watching on the internet. Wow. Unbelievable. But I'm here to show my complete support for moving forward, doing a senior/community center. Think of it. It would be, this is the Alcona County Commission on Aging building. It's not the Village of Lincoln's building, it's yours. And you're gonna have to say in what happens and how it's run. So there's nothing to be afraid of. As a senior, I don't want only a senior center. I want to be involved in the community. I don't want to lock myself away because I'm a senior. So I think it's wonderful that it's also going to be a community center. And you're going to have the say in how it's run. Just think, you could have classes, you could invite the art teacher in to teach the seniors how to paint. You can invite the kids in from school and read to them, maybe the handicapped kids. There's so much potential for the seniors being involved with the community. So, you know, yes, we had to cut back on expenses, there's no question there. We can figure out how to do that, but I am all for this brand new senior center, one level, housing. When I can't take care of my property anymore, I would probably be very interested in living right next to my community center. I don't want to be locked in. So, sounds like a wonderful plan. Sounds like you're moving forward, you're cutting back. I think you're starting to work together better. And that would be very helpful. So, I'm all for it. Go.
Thank you.
Contrary to the last speaker, there's nothing to be afraid of. I am terrified for our village in the respect that receiving a grant from the federal government for $12.5 million is going to be along the lines of an EQIP program in farming. You are always mandated to match that amount. You cannot stop building at 12.5 million when the funds run out. You must follow their very specific specifications to the letter, or you owe the money back. And I am terrified for our county, number one, to have to repay $12.5 million if their exact specs are not followed. And I am terrified where in the world are we going to come up with the second $12.5 million unless I have a way, non-understanding of the way these grants run.
Thank you. Way in the back.
There are microphones someone can use, so we cannot hear that here.
That's what I was gonna say. I'm sitting
Yeah.
at the back, hearing nothing.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
For the public comments, I mean, I hate to turn my back on you people too.
That's fine.
Here.
Use this microphone.
Oh, you got one?
There we got one over.
Okay.
Can you just stand here?
Yeah.
My name is Wilbur Butler.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Wilbur Weber.
North Dakota, but moved here. I live in McCadle Township, and I think what you're doing is great. I'm here to ask the board to do everything they can to get along and see this proposal community hub and mid-level housing through. The state has given us the opportunity and to organize with $12.5 billion. I cannot think of any place or any way we'll ever get that kind of amount again. This much money, nobody has ever offered this much money to anybody else in the county. I welcome the community hub. I say open it up to all the public. In fact, the majority of this community is over 25. Or, sorry, 55. When you get my age, 76, you forget a few things. There are stipulations of getting those funds, one being offering housing. I welcome that too, and my wife and I may be living here someday. I welcome diversity and families that may live in the same complex, and I hope they utilize the community hub to its fullest potential. I enjoy watching children having fun, learning, and growing. I welcome every opportunity to teach them what I have learned over 76 years. From what I have seen at the schools, and the fair majority of the earth in this community are, for the most part, amazing young people. Let's make sure that they have a safe home to live amongst our older community and not in some death trap trailer where faulty electricity could end their life. I welcome this housing to teachers to move in this area. For the lack of housing for the big part is why we can't bring teachers and keep them here. I'm not sure that the people are so afraid of. Avery has done a amazing job and has been able to do for the county, that I'm 100% beside him and the organization. He has a plan to make this work, and won't cost additional taxes. If there is, after a time, and additional funds are needed, we can vote on them at that time. Quality of life is worth paying for, and this helping using housing will bring us here. I came to this country when I was 18 to seek employment and was given a job. To do that job, I had to sign up and enlist for the draft. During the Vietnam War, I could have easily gone back to my life in Canada. I chose to stay and fight for my rights to live here. Something I have, sometimes you have to dance with the partner who brought you. It would be great if NEPSCA would come to the organization and drop $12.5 in our county, but I don't see that happening. I beg the board and the community to put their petty differences aside and dance with the partner that got us this project moving forward.
Thank you.
I won't need the microphone.
Okay.
My neighbors, Antics, Bruce, just moved here, retired here in July. So, excited to, be here. I, unfortunately moved up after both of my parents passed down in, Washtenaw County and Oakland County. In 2019, my sister and I, went on multiple months journey to find one apartment building that my mother could live in. Senior apartment, not assisted living, not any nursing homes. And it took us 2 months to finally find one in Oakland County and Washtenaw County, thousands and thousands of places. It didn't have a rec center. It certainly didn't have a community hub. And even though the high school was less than a block away, there was not an influx of young people coming in and out of that building. I can say with certainty, if that was the case, my mother's life would have been extended. Imagine how excited and flabbergasted I was to find out, moving up to ACCOA County, that all of a sudden we had over $12 million to do just that. This thing that I had been looking for so long for my mother, now is going to be a possibility for me, because by some definitions, I actually qualify as a senior. And the thought that I can assuage my children's fears that once the property becomes too much, which sounds like it's true for a lot of us, there will be a place for me. And not just an apartment, but a community. And that's what we've always come here looking for. The other thing, I guess, that I want to say that's pretty amazing about this place is that I think every single person is here for the same reason. That we care about the seniors in this community. We want what's right for them. You know, and I applaud that. You don't see that back where I came from. Okay, I want to commend every one of you on the board. I can't imagine signing up for this. I've done my research. I'm a retired English teacher. That's all I did, you know, and looked at everything and would not put myself in your place. Okay, I have to commend Mr. Turek and the amount of research and the due diligence that you have done. Outstanding. You would have been an A+ in my class, no problem. Okay, and Mr. Perrin, you know, to have somebody that understands buildings and building codes to be part of that process is also excellent. Director Avery, your grant writing skills must be amazing. I wrote so many grants that were never. My sister is a grant writer, and we know exactly what you need to put in that wording to get what you need for your community and your seniors. So let's all take a moment just to remember that the reason that we're here is because we care about each other. Okay, and some of us will do that by looking at the details and making sure everything's where it needs to be. And some of us will do that by making sure we go out and let the community know what's going on. But we're all here for the same reason.
Amen.
Okay, we have to have a little faith in each other. You know, that's why we're here. And the only thing I can ask you is please move forward, because if we lose this money, I'll be forced to look for another place to live again. And that's a shame, but I will not wind up like my mother. Thank you.
Thank you. You over here, you can be next.
Okay. Hi, Julie French. First on the building thing, we do need a new building. I think it's a great idea that Leroy kind of had that up because he has building experience. I think we need to find out exactly what the verbiage of that grant is as far as the strings attached.
Right.
Because that could potentially be detrimental. So we need to find that out and clarify that and move forward with something, whether it's using that grant money or, you know, how we go about that. But what I wanted to mention has nothing to do with the building. Back in October, at the October meeting is when the grievance committee was formed. That was put together at that meeting, and that was formed because of several grievances that had been brought to the board about Mr. Avery. One in particular had to do with Chris Scully and the way he was treated. I feel that this board, and I don't know what the grievance committee decided to do with that, but my opinion is that the board should write an apology to Chris for the actions of Mr. Avery. And then recently it was brought to public awareness that the village of Lincoln was threatened with a lawsuit by Mr. Avery. That the board needs to write a letter of apology to the village, and I believe that should be posted in the local newspaper.
Hello, my name's Ty Gaiman. I live in Harrisville Township. I'm not going to give a statement of support. It's in the packet. I made it last week. I would like you guys to come to an agreement and move forward somehow. One thing I do want to offer very respectfully is you're on item 3 of a 16-item agenda. It's been 2 hours, and I would suggest for the health and safety of everybody that at some point there'd be a brief break so people can stretch their legs and move their blood clots around.
And an excellent idea. Next. Yes.
Here in Mitchell Township, I guess the old adage goes,
you have the facts, you argue the facts. If you have the law, you argue the law. If you don't, you discredit your accusers.
Yeah, come on, come on.
I'm sorry. Not used to talking in a group this large. As the old saying goes, you know, if you have the facts, you argue the facts. If you have the law, you argue the law. And if you have neither, you disparage your accusers. I have to say that, you know, we've been told that this thing is going forward, whether we run, sprint, fall, or whatever. It seems like it's really come down to, do the means justify the ends? In other words, what are you going to pay to have this thing take place? And I don't see any bridges being built. At the last meeting, I saw one being destroyed with no care for collateral damage. I think this board has to really think about what it's getting involved with. It has lost its focus. The focus has not been the senior community. And it needs to come back to the senior community first. This is what this whole organization was built for. When you start looking at doing other kinds of outreach programs, and I don't care how good they are, your initial focus is the senior, not the community. Thank you.
Two over here, but you go, yeah.
Bill Potter, Harrisville. On the senior center, and I hear Mr. Perrin talk about his plan. He's a construction expert. I would like to see this board before you move any further, because every meeting, the vote goes 5-3, 5-3. For certain individuals, there's a separation in this board. I don't know why the separation is, but it's always the same 5-3. I would recommend, if I was sitting in your chair, I would recommend to this board to contact a lot of contractors. Ascoda, Alpena, I ask wherever, Alcona. Voluntarily come in, sit down, go over the plan. Best for all of you to ask questions with the contractors and get their opinion, because now you're not butting heads. Right now, you guys are butting heads. And I don't understand what the headbutting is. I think it's ego. One wants it one way, one wants it the other way. The third party, it's my way or the highway. Can't have that as a board. You cannot have that to move forward.
Thank you. There's the other hand, yes.
Yeah, my primary, I'm Dave Belushak, Falls Township. My primary concern is the grant itself and the strings that are attached. Right. Now, the state issues the grant. Perhaps in their mind, they're thinking, yes, housing, it's a great idea. We're fronting you the money because we want the housing. So essentially what you're looking at is ACCOA takes the grant, being the third party. It's not a direct grant because the state's looking at housing. They're going to administer the grant through them and build the housing. My point is, basically, this could be construed as the senior center laundering money from the state to build a housing project, and the kickback is they get a free senior center. It's a really great area, and you should very much look specifically at what's in that grant, because the state might designate something where you're thinking in your mind it's something else. Watch the money.
Thank you. Oh.
Township.
Wander over.
So yeah, everyone can hear me now? Awesome. My name is Jessica from Curtis Township, Lane. So I did have some questions, and I actually wrote to a letter we had heard the ACCOA review, and these are the questions that I had for the board of directors. I figured I'd ask here in person to you all. So the first question is, why did the board of directors of the ACCOA sit on the Shaw Research Survey, which was dated November 21st, 2021, which showed there was no housing demand for the targeted demographic within the village of Lincoln? Also, why did the project continue with a plan for 44 units until late summer of 2022, when the Shaw survey specifically said that 44 units would not work? How is the ACCOA going to get the financing for the rest of the project when they only have $12.5 million? And the current, at least last I heard, estimated total project was 19.9 million, and that was via whatever presentation was at a meeting, not the YouTube presentation. Will there be any fees for the community to use the community center? If so, how much? And will those fees be extended to the seniors? Who will be in charge of the housing portion of the community hub project? Is that the ACCOA, or is there going to be a third party overseeing it all? Will the rents be lower than the missing middle program stipulate? Because the missing middle stipulates that for a 2-bedroom apartment to be rented out, it needs to be priced at $1,065 to $1,727 a month, you know, upper lower scale. Seems very affordable to me. Who will be in control of the community hub? I know I kind of asked that, but bringing back to that is, if it's a third party that's going to be in control of the senior hub, is your space going to be allocated? So, and if it is allocated space, what's to say that third party won't unallocate that space for the ACCOA? And why weren't the seniors targeted for the surveys pertaining to this project? We're hearing about surveys being at schools. Like, let's see what the kids want. We're the senior center. Let's see what the kids want. It's kind of interesting to me. And finally, why did we, I don't know for sure if we did or did not, but why did we not try for a dedicated senior center grant, just like the one Traverse City received? They received a grant for a dedicated senior center only, no housing stipulation attached, as far as my understanding goes. So those are just some of the questions I had, and would love answers to. Thank you so much for your time.
Yep. Is there any further public comment? If not, I'm sorry. Yes.
Excuse me, one hand up.
Yeah, I've got three calls. That was please can I go to the bathroom?
Go to recess, it has to be motion,
Yeah.
and it has to be voted on.
Yeah.
Not go to recess by a ballot.
But she can walk out. She can walk out.
I motion we go to recess.
I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye. We'll come back to the last couple of questions.
When are you gonna return?
10 minutes.
10 minutes.
Well.
Yeah.
Well, sorry, you're recording.
Yeah. We need to see the grant. We need to see what time. We haven't seen it. Nobody. I know, we should have. Yeah, but we're not allowed to have. Well, then. Yeah, we didn't know what's going on, how we can spend the money, and that's why, that's the whole guy. Nobody knows. Right, oh, yeah, I agree. Been trying to find out.
You guys are doing good. Thank you so much.
That's why I'm here.
And the Tigers.
Yep, oh, of course.
Well.
I know, set too long.
That's all, yeah, it's online. Yeah. If there, I don't know if there'll be a.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Yes. Hold on.
That's just something we have here. We need to say. We need to go ahead. Yeah.
Is this your?
Howdy. Oh, good job. Yeah, trying to get this all settled. You can't just go into it, because we got, like they had it, we would have had to spend a lot more money than we qualified. No, we got to go where we can spend that money and that's it, because otherwise we'd be constructing it and then there'd be a hole, we wouldn't be finishing it. Right. We don't need that.
So, part of the thing is, if you got 12 million, right? Better only spending a million for a lot of people, because you're gonna need. Oh, yeah, yeah, that's it. Yep, that's it. Yeah, we can't just jump into it. Oh, yeah, that's it. We gotta agree here pretty quick. Yeah. They were a lot different than.
Oh, yeah.
My expertise is HVAC. My son was a absolutely, I can deal with this. Well, I'm retired now, but only 50 years. It's in good.
Ready? We are more than ready.
Oh, yeah.
Time's up. That's for later.
I appreciate it.
Yes. I need to go copy for the board, but like I say, and then we're gonna go to that. I mean, we still got the list of what they go. Going on here. So. The remaining. Right. Okay, thank you, folks. I believe there were one or two public comments left. Yes.
Terry Goldstrom, I'm giving 9 minutes to Kathy right there. She's already spoken.
Let's see, before she speaks, let's see if there's anyone else.
Right here.
Okay,
Go ahead, Kathy.
no, it's Paul. No, it's Paul. It's Paul.
Yeah, Paul talk from Harrisville.
Paul Tall.
Speaking can everyone hear me?
I can.
Speaking in favor of this project, I have 15 years in grant and contract writing. What Lenny has done by himself, basically, to get this money is unbelievable. In a comment that if this does not pass, we may not get this opportunity again. So things are moving forward the last couple of years, and then all of a sudden a new board came on and there's infighting. I'm not sure what's going on, have special meetings, have closed meetings, and work out your issues. If you have questions about whether it's a 501c issue, reach out to the appropriate people and find out the answers. Don't come here with a plan. You're not ready to pass it. It's unbelievable. I just can't believe the board. You're taking pictures of checks. Is that to help each other out, or is that to fight with each other? That's all that I'm doing is you're fighting with each other, and I'm ashamed of you guys. Lenny's done a fantastic job. Yes, maybe he's not perfect, but none of us are perfect. You can say you're perfect, really. I'm just ashamed of the board. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Look, there's someone out there.
Yeah, I think.
Okay. Jerry.
I'm Jerry America, Falls Township. I know I hear these folks are all in favor of this, and I hear what you're saying. But I'm gonna go back to what Leroy said his thing. There was nothing he said about turning the money away or not spending the grant. None of that is in what he said. All he said, the simple fact was, we have to spend our money smarter. And what we're seeing, and you wonder why there are objections coming on, is the way it was. God, I don't know about grant money, like this, but here's what we're dealing with right now, as far as contractors and all this. And this is as I see it. This contractor was picked with a no bid. That they didn't know what the plan was when they even hired a contract. Read the kind of money they want to spend on a project manager. We're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars. All I'm saying is, we can use the money, nobody's against it. There's another thing here too. The senior center is not a housing project.
Amen.
It's needed, and nobody's arguing this. I'm sorry. Nobody's arguing that seniors are gonna need housing. But the argument we're trying to make, and what I'm trying to make is, we need to use that money smarter. The way this contract was written, like I say, it was a no bid. Whoever wrote the grant, to Blidak or whatever the heck they are, they wrote it, they wrote the contracts. The board did not
get an attorney at the time to find out what the contractor was really about. Or what the stipulations were about. Anybody with any construction period at all knows, you don't just go out there and take the first guy that makes a bid and give it to him. Not when you're talking millions of dollars. You have to stay in there. Don't let this idea of $12 million fog this up. The issue is a senior center building. That's what it started out as. Amen. That's what it started out as. Nobody that I have heard says we want to give the $12.5 million back. But by God, we better spend that money smarter than we're spending it right now.
Thank you, Glenn. Way in the back, yes.
Hi, I'm Dana Ramus from Lincoln. I want to thank you for putting your stuff out on the internet. I watched your YouTube videos. And a lot of people haven't been at these meetings that I've been watching. So I really welcome you to take a look at those, so you can see how we got where we're at. And I think you will see that what this seems is where we're at today is totally different than where this thing led up to. It kind of seemed obvious that someone mentioned, why are there two camps? Some vote this way, some vote that way. Well, it seems to be that there was an understanding that some wanted this community center. The grant was written as a community center. We're going to do everything that we can for this community hub. Other people were questioning for whatever reason, what are the costs? Can we afford it? Does a community center make sense? That's my question. Does it make sense? So I kept listening. We've done a survey. We've asked the community what they want. So I was waiting, bated breath for that survey to find out what did the community want. And surveys went out. It was a representative of the community. They said it was about 10% of the community. They also established we have a bleak situation in the county. Our minors are migrating, our young's migrating, and we have a population that's more than 50% senior citizens. However, who was made up the survey? 75% of the survey was not senior citizens. And when asked by the senior citizens, why weren't they were told, well, we went out to all the community groups. Also, we did it by QR code. You might as well provide blind people with something in writing. Our seniors aren't going to be doing QR codes to respond to a survey. And I simply, does that mean I'm out of time?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry about that, but I think we need to get back to the operating costs. Lenny said herself, communities turned this down multiple times.
That's it. Thank you.
We voted. Pay for the ongoing costs.
Thank you.
Double talk.
That's
not how it works, guys.
Not how it works. You can talk.
All right, I will talk.
Sure.
My concern with this is one section wants this huge building with all the extras. And we have a more conservative building of what we need. What are going to be the costs to maintain these? Are we going to be able to continue to heat a 3,000 square foot building? How much of that building is actually going to be used all the time? How much of it is just wasted space? If you go with a smaller building, you have smaller electric, you have smaller gas, you have smaller everything. Is this being taken into consideration with this whole thing? Or are you going to pass the whole cost on to the rest of the community and expect everybody else to eat the cost? When if it's too much that the senior center themselves cannot cover the cost. I believe the Mikado Civic Center had the big discussion not that long ago. They couldn't cover their heating bill. So again, I'm all for a senior center, but let's do this smart. Do it smart. That's all I think everybody's asking.
Thank you.
Amen.
One more back.
I'm too very currently, how many square feet does the organization use all its operations?
this building. Any idea?
You want me to answer that?
Yeah, go ahead and answer that.
About 9,000 square feet. This current facility is about 9,000 square feet. Yeah, in all three levels.
Plus, there's other buildings that you utilize.
This building right here is 9,000 square feet, maybe 10, when you include the attic. But it's split over three levels.
You ever busted the seams here?
Yes, we are busting at the seam.
I find it a picture of this, because it's an abstract thing to talk about 3,000 square feet. For a blueprint and so forth. So if we're busting at the seams here, we need some more room, certainly for just senior operations alone, I would think. Especially when you need ADA compliant access. I don't think it's unreasonable to look at a 30,000 square foot building. It gives you room to grow in the future. This is a long-term plan. This building here was built in what, 1950?
1945.
It had no intention of being a senior center. You have to look forward to potential uses, growth, things you didn't anticipate. But a little punch factor in there in square footage. It's certainly more efficient than going on and energy inefficient. 88 on. So I think we're just on a mirror, not on any.
Thank you. It's about $2 generator.
Okay, you've spoken at least once. Any other folks? Yes.
I'm Sharon Hughes from Harrisville, and I want you to know that listening to you today, you have been closer together than any other time I've listened to you.
Yep.
I just want you to know that we've heard that you are coming together. It looks like it. But one issue that we have is transparency. We have, and we've been lied to about what was, it was going to be 3 stories, and then we were told that was wrong, but we saw pictures of it 3 stories, and that it had to have a building project, big building project with it. And now we hear it isn't. We don't know. So it's the transparency issue. And we need to know what the grant says. And I know that board members have asked to see it, and it's not available to them, but it should be available to us. Transparency is what we're asking for.
Are we done? And we'll move on to the, you've spoken already. I think we're, whoops, one more.
Jeff Anderson on Sunset Lincoln. Is there any more funding? Because just, I don't think your $12.5 million is enough to sustain a 30,000 square foot building. I mean, I've been in the construction field for about 40 years. Is there more funding available? Because if not, you're gonna pay something.
Thank you.
One question. Eileen Pasco, Harrisville Township, addressing that last man's question. Mr. Avery's writing new grants every year. So there's a possibility, a big possibility, that more grants are going to be available down the road.
Thank you.
Any answer? No, well, of course you don't want me to answer. Well,
I don't.
your name?
Eileen Pasco.
Thank you.
Okay. Karen. Karen.
My total focus, I've lived up here since 1969. We need a senior center as money allows. Then you can add on, build the extra things. I know you're tired of hearing us say we want a senior center, but that's what we need. That's what we want. And when the extra money got allowed, add on, do whatever you want to do. But let's focus on the whole agenda. That's why there's so much yes and no's up there, because you're just going back and forth and forth. I want it this way, I want it that way. Go back to the original plan, senior 20, senior center. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, it would be good if we move down the agenda. Is that agreeable? We got one more, okay.
John Slicker, Dustin Township, Elementary Street. I believe this community does need and want a senior thing. And I believe that is where the controversy is. It's amongst the board itself. And yes, we, the people of this community who pay the millage tax, deserve the transparency that's talked about. And how are we to get that when there's not even transparency among the own board? I urge this board to be open and honest with one another, and bring your issues to the board rather than just forcing them out there and saying, this is the agenda we're going with. A lot of threats from certain individuals that I've heard be made from the board that are truly unconscious, not right. One last thing I'll say is that would there be a conflict of interest if there's two members of a board that share seats on a board for each member's own individual entities, such as the ACCOA and another member, Mr. St. John's, his organization, both Mr. Avery and Mr. St. John sit on both those boards. I yield my time to the lady that was talking about the survey. That I also have never seen a survey. I've spoke with many seniors that are not in this room today. Never seen a survey.
Thank you.
I yield my time.
Okay, no. Okay, yeah, it's not Congress, you can't yield time. Okay, let's go on with the next part of the agenda. New business, let's see, make sure I got this right, new business. Committee assignments and appointments, someone must want to speak to that.
I would.
Thank you, Doris.
Most of you know that last Thursday, there was an emergency board meeting. I got a call on, excuse me, I got a call on Tuesday saying that, can you come to an emergency meeting on Thursday, 10 o'clock? Okay, yeah, I can be here. So Wednesday night, I get a phone call that says, oh, by the way, this emergency meeting is about you. We have grievances about you. So I just said, all right, fine, I'll be there. So I came to the meeting, not knowing who called the meeting, well, I knew who called it. I knew it was the president. And I knew it was about me, but I had no idea what it was about. But apparently, within a 2 or 3 day period of time, the executive director got 2, 4, 10, 22 letters. I don't know how many grievances against me.
Dolores, what relevance does this have to committee
I
assignments?
want the public to know. This is
That's-
about
This
has nothing to do with that.
So
Should
far
I
you
wait
said
then
that.
to a different time in the meeting?
That's-
Would you prefer I wait till a different time in the meeting?
Yes.
Okay. When would you like me to do it?
Yeah, final board comments. There you
Final
go.
board comments. It's the next to last thing on the agenda.
Final board comment.
All right.
Final board comments.
Okay,
Let's
I'll wait.
let's go to committee assignments.
I'd like to speak to that.
Okay,
Committees are assigned by the president. However, the president has never asked board members if they would like to be on a certain committee. They've never asked who has any expertise for that committee. If you were to look at the committee assignments, they're almost political. I don't believe the president should make committee assignments when certain people are asking to be on a committee, and he won't allow that. Now, we have been asking for Director Turek to be on the financial committee. It's been disallowed. I don't know why. He certainly has the qualifications. There's someone on the committee who would like to be off of that committee because they don't have the qualifications. What's the problem with that? I yield.
Thank you. Anything else?
I would like to make a motion at this time, if I could, about that. I would
Certainly.
like to make a motion that Dr. Turek be on the finance committee.
Second it.
Yes, sir. The bylaws say that the president appoints the committees
I'd like to speak on that.
to the bylaw.
Response or a hand up first. We're in discussion after a
Yeah.
motion's been made second.
Yeah,
It hasn't been seconded. has it?
whether
It's a moot motion.
it's a moot, this motion is moot because the bylaws clearly say the president will appoint.
I
the
disagree.
committee.
I'd like to speak on that. It's not clear to me. We can have discussion. The bylaws also say the president is the only one authorized authorized to sign documents. We clearly have
That's,
ascertained that the executive director is signing contracts. So there's some leeway in what our bylaws say and allow. I'd like to discuss it. Motion's been made and seconded.
go ahead.
Director Schwann's better.
I feel that it is, not in good taste to speak poorly of somebody who is not here based on their medical condition. I cannot speak for what Mike was thinking when he made the committee assignments. I think that this would be a very good thing to send to the policies and procedures and possibly discuss a change in, if not the bylaws, but as how about I just speak up? All right,
We'll let you.
I don't. I feel that this should go to the Policies and Procedures Committee. Yeah, that's work either. And that this become a discussion where maybe after they meet and discuss, they can say that they, however it occurs, however, with Mike not here to speak for himself, I think it is wrong of us to assume anything that he was thinking as he is not here. So I would recommend that this goes to the Policies and Procedures Committee, and then we can discuss what changes they recommend at the next meeting. That would be my suggestion.
In our job description of the member of that board of directors, one of our major responsibilities is organization of committees. As a verb tense, we are responsible also for organization of committees. Now, if we want to go ahead and get quickly about what our bylaws say, I can point out 10 different things right offhand that are not followed according to our bylaws.
Yes, I understand that.
So we have talked about
We-
that in fact.
Yes, we've
Yeah,
talked
with no
about,
rectification in our policy and procedure. So I certainly think it's many decisions have been made by the board without having to go to a committee. As when I first took place on the board, in our first meeting, and I have emails from you, there have been no committee meetings for the last 3 years, other than a couple. There's no minutes of these committee meetings. Every decision was made by the board. I certainly don't see any problem with giving the board's opinion on this. If the actual organization of committees is not meant to be something that's come down from the board, from the president, that he arbitrarily makes decisions. If the majority of this board wants to change a committee assignment, I certainly think that's within their right.
I think it's within the board's right to change the bylaw that would apply.
No, I
and
think
if-
there's an
and if
issue
that's
of what the
acceptable-
bylaws are saying is in contradiction to what our job description says.
As you know, I agree with you that there are holes in the bylaws. There are lapses of conforming to them that are in the past. I hope that will change for the future. I think, I think the thing to do is to clear up the bylaw rather than deal with a particular assignment. That's my feeling about this is, fix the bylaw if we want the rather than go in and just do that one. If we want to, fix this going forward, and you want the board to contribute to the decision, then I think that goes to the policy committee. They'll be here for the next meeting with the recommendation, and at that point, I think that's the.
Are we in discussion? Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, apparently.
If you want to discuss,
You've been
you're
talking.
right.
Yeah.
Then that would be crosstalk. If you had to yield the floor, I mean,
Yeah.
you're welcome to speak after you acknowledge.
Yeah, I'm done, so, yes, Dolores.
I would like to point out that I made the motion in November. And to put Dr. Turek on the finance committee, and at that time you wanted to table it. Well, now if we have to wait until February, we're 3 months into it. The auditor just told us that it's a very good idea to have 2 sets of eyes on these, signing these checks. Dr. Turek he runs a business. He knows all of this. He keeps all of this confidential. I think it's very important, and it helps me when I'm signing a check to have that second set of eyes. So I really recommend that the board take action today and put Dr. Turek on the finance committee. And I made that motion and it was seconded. And I would like to vote on that.
Other discussion? Okay,
Sounds like you guys are just gonna
There's a
plow through.
discussion for me.
Go ahead,
I
Pam.
still believe that we need to wait and let our president at least be involved in this decision, because it may not have been according to the bylaws exactly, but what it has been is traditionally, since long before I was here, that the president set up committees. No? Really?
We did it right at our meetings. He would ask us, would you like to be on this? Would you like to be on this one?
that was a courtesy, of course.
Right. But what if he's not here next month again?
That's not a,
That's really.
excuse me,
Let-
Mr. Chairman.
let's
Can I,
not-
can I speak?
Let's not get into the, no. Let's not, get involved in this. The question is currently to put Mr. Turek on the finance committee. If that's the only thing we do, we'll have 4 finance committee members with the possible,
One can step down.
yes, one can step down. That's where I'm going. That's what I'm going to. If we have 4 and the ex officio person shows up, that makes it a quorum and makes it an open meeting, so it's no longer a committee meeting. So, if Dolores and Bob will agree, we should at least decide who's stepping down.
Yeah.
Before we move forward.
Who's on the committee?
You are, I am, and Rollin.
Rollin.
Yeah.
Well, then it's changed, that's changed too then. But I'll stand.
If you were at the meeting where the minutes changed, where you did not, you've been on the finance committee for several years as president, and you were there when that all changed.
Okay, so at least we should, before we appoint a 4th person, we should figure out, who's not going to be on that committee anymore because of the open meeting issue.
So I'll speak for my second time.
Certainly.
Motion is in front of the board. It's been seconded. I would like to proceed with that. I don't know, we did address this at the special meeting that was called the other day. That I was removed from a board, committee without my knowledge. So I'm not clear who is even on these committees right now, but I certainly don't see a problem. Motion has been made and seconded. I think it's debatable how much the president is allowed to, do as far as appointing the committee, how much of it in our board's responsibility could be asked and the formation of these committees. So I would be willing to say, let's do the vote and not have the finance committee meet. So we have no issue about a quorum being made until we will go ahead and talk to the planning and procedure or planning procedures and policy. I don't see any problem with proceeding with the vote right now. That's my second.
I think that's acceptable.
Could I
If we-
speak for a moment?
Yes, sir.
Finance committee is Dolores, Stan, and Will.
Okay,
It's in the front of your book.
Stan.
okay. Then, anyone else have anything to say before we vote? So the motion is to put Mr. Turek on the committee. And with the promise that we'll figure out how to get rid of someone in the future.
Yeah,
No assassinations.
No, thank you for that.
Yeah.
I think that that is, in bad faith. I feel like that is the potential to, if the four of you even chit chat for 2 seconds without it being open, that is, oh, I think that's opening up a huge can of worms. So if no one is willing to step down right now,
I will step down.
Okay,
Thank you, sir.
that my issue. Okay,
yeah.
yes, we're ready to vote.
Do we accept his motion?
Oh, we should probably,
Should we do it with a
uh,
motion possibly,
Yeah.
or
yeah,
just say
just-
Stan's
just to
willing to
clear
step
things
down?
up, can we add to the motion that Mr.
Why
I'd
not?
like to do it.
Fire
Take a
stepping
roll call,
down.
see who's opposed and who's in favor of the motion.
Okay.
With Mr. Weiner stepping down?
we're asking to amend the motion that it will be.
No, do we need to motion? on
We
him
need to
stepping
amend
down?
Just,
the step
just,
down.
just to be clear,
Amended to step down. Who did it?
I think Dolores is.
Dolores, would you amend that motion?
Okay, hopefully I'm saying it right. I would like to make a motion that we appoint Dr. Turek on the finance committee with with the acceptance of Stan Weiner stepping down.
And the second, Bob, I think you heard this.
I second it.
Oh, I'm sorry, Leroy. Okay, so we have a revised motion on the floor. Anyone have any further comment?
My last comment is that I feel like this needs to go to the policies and procedures. I feel that it needs to be addressed immediately. Because we need to identify if it is no longer in the president's duties, it needs to be clearly identified and stated in the bylaws. So that way, moving forward, this does not occur again. Thank you.
I'll speak on that. I appreciate the director's diligence about following the bylaws, because that's going to come up very quickly when we talk about the nominating commission act. So I appreciate her diligence in wanting to follow our bylaws strictly.
Okay. I think that's everyone. Those in favor of putting Director Turek on the finance committee and losing.
He asked for a roll call board.
Oh, did he? I
Yep.
thought-
Okay, Will St. John,
Yes.
Stan Weiner,
Yes.
Roland Lynch,
Yes, going to.
both of you, Leroy,
Yes.
Dolores,
Yes.
Yes.
Jacqueline,
Yes.
and I'm voting no because I think it's not appropriate at this time, only because of that. Otherwise, I think it would be great to have you on.
Okay. $10,000 spending limit. Who wishes to speak on that?
I'll speak on it.
Yeah.
Okay, some time ago, it came up on the board, someone made a motion to allow the executive director to have a $10,000 spending limit without approval of the board. I believe that's totally inappropriate. And I would like to have that rescinded to what it was before. I'm not sure what that was. I would say $100.
Made a motion.
May I speak to that motion?
Certainly.
I would second the motion.
You second it? Okay. I'm gonna speak to the motion because the motion was based upon all of the times that there had to be equipment bought and permission given for, you can't even get your furnace looked at for $100. Before, I believe it was a couple thousand and we bumped it up to 10,000, so he could continue to act in good faith to get the things he needed without having to call the group every time he needed something. That was the reason behind it.
More discussion.
Yeah, you got it moved in second.
I would like to,
Who seconded?
Turk.
We're in discussion.
I would like to speak on that also. Past directors, we give them, I don't know, I can't remember if it was 200 or 300, but if it was an emergency, they needed to do the furnace or whatever, in an emergency situation, they could go up to 500 or 600, but and then ask the board after at the next public meeting and have it voted on and put in those minutes. But just to have an open door, to spend up to $10,000 is, I wish I had that. But there's been several things come up that I feel there should not be a $10,000 limit. My neighbor says he sold us deep freezes at his cost. He says, I'll do anything for you guys at his cost. Well, then we ended up buying air conditioners for everything downstairs and went to Alpena to get them. And he told me I could have saved you guys $70 on every one of those air conditioners. I said, I didn't know anything about it. We didn't buy air conditioners. Yes, you did, he said, and he's seen them sitting outside, getting unloaded and brought in here. This is a thing that I think should be stopped. If we need air conditioners, fine and dandy, but come to the board, say we need these air conditioners. Get 3 bids, where can we get them the cheapest? If we need some more televisions, which I don't really think we do, but come to the board and say we need a television for here or there or what have you. And get 3 bids and then go from there. But this $10,000, spend it how you want. Here you go. That's my comment.
Is there more?
I'll speak. I can think of several things that I am seeing or not seeing in the minutes where this existing limit has come into problem. Purchase of livestock at the fair, nothing about that in our official minutes. Purchase or buyout of a phone contract, nothing about that in our official minutes. We have a purchase of property in Harrisville, nothing in our official minute. And most damaging is the Shaw report that is come to light that none of the board members I have spoke to knew this study even was taking place and the results of it. That could not have happened if the board had had a chance to pay for this. It was basically done and the board would never, certain members of the board were not made aware that this had even been done. That could not have happened in any other way than if the executive director paid the Shaw survey. And that was the only way that the board would not have been made aware of that. So I can think of just 3 or 4 things right offhand where this come up, not to mention what our auditor just said, internal control deficiency, or internal control deficiency. This is part of getting back the control that we need so we don't have some of the problems that have come up that were shown up in the audit that weren't discussed publicly. I would also say that when this motion was made in November of 2021, it was not based upon any recommendation of a finance committee. President Maturin brought it up. Had never been mentioned in the minutes before, so this board is well able, if they issued this, to rescind this, especially when we have a board member who knows what was done beforehand, that seemingly ACCOA was able to function for 47 years before this motion had been, so, thank you.
Else?
Can I speak to it?
Oh, yes.
So what are we talking about within the motion?
Okay, let's
for
clarify
numbers.
let's clarify the motion is to rescind the $10,000.
Right, but was there a
Rescind the
price?
$10,000 spending limit and make it $200 without board approval. As Dolores spoke, if there's some emergency comes up, there could be a phone call made to somebody, or we could handle something like that. But then, at that point, then it's all out in the open where the money is being spent.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor to rescind the $10,000 limit for the executive director to spend without specific board approval, and to replace that with a $200 limit for the director to spend. Those in favor?
I think
Oh, you want to roll call? Okay,
it's money.
fine.
Okay. Will St. John,
Yes.
Stan Wyman,
Yes.
Roland and Roland,
Yes.
Jacqueline. Robert, sure,
Yes.
Dolores. Yes. Leroy.
Yes.
All right. No.
Okay. Next is the attorney contact policy. Excuse me. Who would like to address that?
Yes, I can address it.
In going through the minutes, and being on the policies and procedures, I see nothing about a policy for the executive director having to get authorization regarding certain issues before contacting an attorney. I'm seeing, and we'll see it in our board packet today, thousands and thousands of dollars worth of attorney bills that the board has not authorized. So I think we need to discuss what is our policy and how, again, can we start to get some internal control over our finances and how things are proceeding. So that's what I'd like to discuss with the board.
Do we have a motion?
No motion. I'd like to
Just a
discuss
discussion.
with the board.
Okay. The current attorney has said that he's willing to talk to individual board members as long as the board has previously approved. Not necessarily individual contacts, but as long as the board has said, yes, you may go, a board member may go and talk to the attorney. That's where we stand. So,
I was mainly referring to contact with the attorney that's initiated by the executive director with a specific goals and focus on contacting the attorney on sort of new building project, finances, 501c3, whatever it might be. Those funds, those bills are not getting put towards what is considered what we've spent towards the new building project committee. We know now that we've spent $140,000. How many more thousands have we spent due to attorney contacting? I think we need to have some kind of idea of, can the executive director or any member for that matter contact an attorney and incur charges basically on his own, unimpeded, on no restrictions. You know, I think it's going to come up today in some of the attorney bills that we've seen.
this sounds like something that could go to the policy committee. um, To get a decision or get a recommendation.
I'm open to suggestions. I believe the executive director should be at least contacting one or two board members before he initiates a contact with the lawyer that will cost us $1,000 or $2,000, especially since there has been no specific direction from the board authorizing him to do that.
I think that we'll spoke to that. It's a
And
goal
so,
before.
I'm sorry, I might not have heard, what is the current policy?
What we are saying is it probably needs to go to committee. These things need to go to committee. Simple.
The,
Committee do,
the board currently has no policy. The particular lawyer who currently works for ACCOA has said that based on his experience, he wants an approval from the board to talk to an individual. Member of the
so
board.
could I make a motion that until that finishes up with committee, that the
Yes.
executive director does not contact the attorney about any more matters until we can talk about a specific policy?
Let's do that.
I'll make that motion.
Okay,
I'll say it again. That
Bob, for clarity.
you repeat it for clarity so I can get it done. That no one.
Until this is discussed more in detail in committee, the executive director is not authorized to contact the attorney without the recommendation or without the approval of two board
Okay,
Yeah.
is there a second? I think there's a second here.
Dolores,
Dolores.
yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Further discussion? Ready for a vote? You want a roll call? I don't hear one, so those in favor, aye.
Hi.
Those opposed? Yeah. Position of liaison with architect.
Could I make a motion prior to that?
Why not?
Okay. I'd like to make a motion that the procedures committee would meet shortly and resolve this issue, come up with a program. I don't want to see this go on for months. The policies and procedures, I think they should meet relatively quickly and come up with a solution and report to the board.
I think that's acceptable. I don't know that we need a motion,
No, but we can.
but we can certainly do that.
Like,
As soon as possible. I'm in agreement. I would like to be the soon as possible.
Okay.
Okay,
Withdraw the
then
motion.
we're good. Okay. All right, Lily. Bob, in the sitting chair, can I make a motion?
Do we need to make a motion to,
I would,
He wants to know if he can.
do we need a motion? Well, I mean,
Oh,
we've seen it on
for
video,
the-
but
for the
we're
next
gonna
one,
get-
no, no,
I didn't make motion, did you?
no, we currently have no motion. We're about to move on to the position of the liaison with the architect, about which I would like to make the motion, if I can.
Yeah.
I would like to recommend that we appoint Leroy Perrin as the principal liaison with the architect. He's the one who knows all the language, has the experience and so forth.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
Could I just make a statement that I would like that to be with the building committee?
Oh, certainly, we can modify
I
that.
believe
yes.
there should be the three of us.
Okay. Certainly. So I'm happy to modify that motion to say Leroy will be the Leroy with the
Committee with the building,
with the building committee
new building.
will be the liaison for the building project.
Just to clarify, it's been motioned and seconded.
Laura second.
So we're discussing, are we talking about, for instance, if the the board or the new building committee has a question of the architects or of the developers, that they should be contacting Leroy as opposed to the executive director. Are we in agreement? Is that?
Yes, that's what the
clearly allowed?
liaison means. Yes.
Okay.
With the building committee,
With,
correct?
with the building.
That's what we were at. Did you amend that? To
Yes,
include?
I did.
Okay. And who seconded? I did.
Okay. Any further discussion? Those in favor? Say aye. Aye. Congratulations, Mr. Perrin.
Good luck.
And good luck. Okay. Let's see, where are we? Contract changes policy. That's about the building project, is that correctly, Roy?
Basically about the building project, but I believe the signing of all contracts, first of all, it has to be by the board president to sign the contract. Okay. And I think if there's any contracts coming up or any changes to contracts, the board has to be involved in this. I don't think anybody can just go, willy-nilly and, sign a contract or change the wording in a contract. It's a board matter.
Yes.
I think the bylaws are quite clear that if not only the changing, but only the president is authorized to execute documents on behalf of the board. Only the president, and that is not a right that can be delegated to someone. Only the president is allowed to sign documents.
I have a question on that. If he's unavailable, then it goes to the vice president, right? Or not?
I would say yes.
Yes,
I would think that, yeah.
yes, I signed a document this morning in Mike's absence that allowed Stevenson to file the 990. So I believe that's the only one I thought. But anyway, the feds won't be after us at least. So do we have a motion or just a discussion here? We don't currently have a motion.
No, we don't.
But we
Just
just,
continue.
I'm gonna give an example or somebody wants to make a motion.
Do we need
We
to?
had a SIDOC contract that we signed September 30th. And less than 2 months later, we had a brand new contract in front of us that raised the square footage up to 30,000, 12,000. There's no mention of the minutes, how that came about. Obviously, no committee minutes because they didn't exist. And yet we were presented with that at that time. How did that contract get changed? That's the kind of thing I'm concerned with.
Anyone else have anything to say?
I'm thinking it should just be understood by the board that we need to go by the bylaws and Robert's rules. And anything else must be dealt with.
Okay. The credit card policy revision is next.
I would say it's come to my attention, there are credit cards that have been issued. I don't know if the board issued those or not, but I don't believe credit cards should just be in somebody's pocket. I know other agencies, such as when my wife was the assistant director at Alpena Senior Center. There was one credit card. It was with the bookkeeper. If somebody needed a credit card for some reason, it was checked out. Then it was brought back with the receipt. I don't know what other credit cards we should need. We have accounts. Things are always paid by bills and whatever. And, there's some credit card bills that come into question. I don't want to go any further than that.
I'd like to comment on that if I could a little bit. I realize that our transport system and our transport drivers, they may possibly get down to Ann Arbor and they have to put gas in the vehicle. So it might be important to let them have some kind of a gas card or something for that, so they don't have to take money out of their own pocket. But just to have all the staff downstairs here have credit cards is kind of ridiculous when they could go to the front desk and, like you said, sign a credit card, sign it out. If they have to run up to Gordon Food, then that individual puts their name down, they've got it, they come back with the receipt and with the card and turn it back in. But just for everybody to have them, and the last two Visa cards I have, the last two Visa checks that I have signed, the bill was $30 late fee over on both of them. On the Visa, that's just the Visa. The Amazon, so far, no late fees, but the Visa bill is always got a late fee, and it's normally right close to $33 late fee on the Visa.
Can anybody tell me how many employees or department heads, how many credit cards are floating around?
Lenny, you know the answer.
Not right offhand. I mean, I could probably pull up the account, but I'm tied to this. We can get these answers again. If you'd have reached out, we could have done this and have all these questions.
We're talking about 5 to 10.
Not even that
Not
many.
even that many.
I believe, if I had to guess, there are 10 managers, and I believe probably maybe 4 or 5. Those that have, like, our kinship person who is responsible for taking care of certain projects that somebody in the community has submit to us a kinship request, and they have to go buy clothing or whatever. They have a credit card. Our transportation staff has credit cards. All of them are set with a limit. It's not some willy-nilly. We have 4 sets of eyes. We have an internal clerk, myself, and everyone else, including 4 members of the we had 3 members of the finance committee that should be in oversight of these credit cards. So yeah, there's a lot of people that look at this before it goes to pay them. It's laughable to suggest or imply that we just running roughshod with taxpayer money, because we have a fiduciary responsibility to make sure that we are given an account of what we spent.
Okay. All right, well, it sounds like we may want to give the appropriate committee a chance to.
Hey, I'm gonna humbly disagree. I've requested the credit card bills twice. I have emails from you saying that you would show. I requested documentation, requested it, didn't get it, confirmed to you, you said you would show. I still haven't got it. So I can't even verify what he's saying because I haven't been provided with the credit card bill despite asking for two months. Committees are where things go to die. I think our board is well able to make this kind of decision, how many credit cards we think should be out amongst our employees.
With all due respect, Director Turk, the bylaws as well as the employee handbook state that the day-to-day operations fall within the purview of the executive director position. Okay, so unless, because you guys just made that decision, I hope that you clear off your time, because you're gonna have to come in and approve a lot of checks. You're gonna come in and approve a lot of vendor. So please make sure that we have no problem with complying with whatever the wishes of the board. But again, what this agency has been on and has stated and has created was that I am your only employee and that everyone else downstairs is mine. So then if you have any questions at any time, we would be happy to provide you with any information. But again, this is where we're at. So by all means, we welcome you coming down and sitting down.
Okay.
I'd like to make a comment on the credit cards. Friday, we was closed because of the weather. I think one of the ways that we are mistreating these credit cards is that the one girl that's got a credit card asked for permission from Lenny to go up to the store and get donuts. So they all came down, and even though we're closed, they're sitting here around the table laughing and joking and eating donuts. When that credit card never should have been used for that. If we're open, then fine and dandy once in a while. But we gotta, just because it's $5 doesn't make it right. And I know you've told me this in the past, it's only 55 cents a mile. Or the crayons is only $33. But money is money, and I think we need, like the auditor said, we need a little bit more control over our money. Just because we got it, doesn't mean we gotta spend every dime.
I can, no, I won't.
I have a
Um,
question, but no.
Yes,
So do we have a policy on the books and or are you proposing a policy? Because I do not feel that we are prepared to create a policy at this exact moment. It is. This is the first time I saw this agenda, so I was not able to come up with what I would think a credit card policy would be. So I feel that if this is something that needs to happen and you want the entire board, I think that we need to have some type of base policy if one does not already exist. I do not think that it behooves us to try to create one from scratch right now.
and when you finish, make sure that's turned into NIMSCA as well as to our auditors. Thank you.
I would agree with Director Schwan. I would be, I would say, I would make a motion to temporarily remove any extra credit cards from staff right now until the Policies and Procedures Committee will meet. I'm not saying cancel credit cards. I'm just saying temporarily remove them, any extra credit cards, with the exception of those who might need it for travel purposes, obviously emergency purposes. But I think this is something we could probably say, let's just round those up, collect them for a while, hold them until the Policies and Procedures Committee gets together and says, what does the exact credit card policy say? Are we following it, or do we need to amend it?
What's deemed as extra? What program is not gonna have a credit card?
I think that's
The
a
committee
that
can
I'm-
decide that. can't
Well,
they?
you're deciding now to make a motion to remove credit cards. So right now, in your
I did
motion,
make a motion. Just-
you said, you just made a motion. So then which
Nobody
department?
seconds it.
I'm just asking to clarify your motion. Which department are you taking credit cards away from? What is deemed extra?
I can
You
answer
know,
one of them.
I don't know what departments have credit. cards.
So then why make the
My
motion?
suggestion would be, then let's go ahead. If you need me to clarify my motion, I will say, let's round up all credit cards. Just so we know who has them, with the exception of those people who might need it for all over the road travel. But that's just my suggestion, motion.
Roland had.
Yes, Roland.
Okay, one of the departments that will need a credit card is the pop-up pantry tomorrow, because about 11:30 to 12 o'clock, I go to Chris Mart and get pizzas for lunch for all the volunteers. So we need a credit card for that.
I don't think any
Well-
credit card should be closed at all. Yeah,
So while we're discussing departments, I'm speaking up for the pop-up pantry department.
Would that be something that you could come here, get the credit card and go up and
Karen.
get it, or?
Karen has it, she gives it to me, I go get the.
Right.
And I bring her the credit card back and the receipt.
I will remove my motion, but I would again think this is something that the Policies and Procedures Committee would want to discuss rapidly.
I think that's
My
fine.
motion is removed.
Bob, I don't think we got to a second, did we?
Okay.
No.
All right. So the Policies and Procedures Committee will in fact go forward with that. The next item on the list is audio and video is equipment.
Members.
Well, um, who wants to
I
speak
would
to
like
that?
to comment on that. I feel it's disrespectful. And I feel it's against the law to have audio downstairs and to have a camera on everybody in the building. I'm not talking about outside. In the building, staff, they should not have to have a camera watching every move they make. If we can't trust them, why did we hire them? It's just not a good policy to have a camera shining on every single person that does something. The one girl told me, I can't even flip my hair without it being on the camera. I can't talk to this person because it can be heard in Lenny's office, or if Lenny's home, he can hear everything I say at the lunch table. I think all the cameras, and I know they said the audio was disconnected, but it was not disconnected. It got turned back on, and it didn't get turned back on. If anybody wants to do it and knows how to do it. I would like to see all audio, all cameras inside the building disappear.
I think I would make a motion to, I know this was tabled once in the past, but I want to make a motion that the audio and video surveillance equipment be removed, except the outdoor video surveillance and the 2 entry doors. And I don't want it turned off. I want it removed.
I would second that.
Further discussion? Got it, okay. Okay, we have a motion to, do we have a second?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Dr. Drew.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Sure.
Is there anything in our liability and insurance, that states, like, I know for me and my home, if someone slips and falls on my ice and I have it recorded, it could potentially save me from a lawsuit. Just wondering if there's anything in our current insurance policy that states that the surveillance could potentially decrease the chance of a lawsuit.
I don't know. Mr. Avery, do you have?
Well,
Any
as
idea
your
about that?
executive director and the person that you guys asked me to do the policy, it does. So it does have mitigation protocols within our insurance that gives us a lesser premium.
I would say what she is saying, it's certainly possible that our insurance company gives us some kind of discount. I think that's perfectly acceptable. I think we would have to balance that out. The positive, what if this board feels it outweighs whatever financial benefit we get from the insurance company. And I guess I would say, if Dolores would know better than most, we didn't have any audio or video surveillance equipment before 3 years ago. I see all sorts of internal control issues that have been brought up on the audit. If audio and visual surveillance was effective in helping that, it would have shown up. What would our suggestion be? Add more so that it would help. I think it hasn't proven to help with our internal controls. So that would be my concern, as well as what I brought up publicly in the other meetings. I can't see that would be a positive thing for morale of our employees to have to be surveilled at all times.
Yes. Yeah, let me speak.
In the past, and I've been here, I worked at Greenbush for 30 years through this building, through ACCOA. In the past, if there was somebody that fell on the floor or wherever inside the building and outside, we had to fill out an accident report. The person that fell or whatever, they had to sign it. The person in charge, which I was in Greenbush, I had to sign it, and it was turned in to the ACCOA. We've never had cameras inside the building. We've never had a problem with anybody coming in and doing whatever. So I don't see any need for all these cameras and all this audio stuff. I think it's invasive.
I hear someone over here.
One time we had a little problem. One of our secretaries counting money. And a couple of young men came in. And wanted something. One of them went with her to get, I think the wallet or something upstairs here. She left the money on her chair or something. And when she went back, that money was gone. And she turned it in, the police came and investigated who was in your office. And she told, they went and a day or two later and arrested them. And outside of that, that's the only one thing that's ever happened. And I've been on the board quite a while there too.
So I think that since this can potentially impact the insurance policy that we have in place, I am not against removing the equipment, but I think that we need to get a brand new quote and we need to figure out how this would change our fiduciary duties with that prior to overall and outright removing all the equipment. I think that needs to take place beforehand. We get an updated quote and policy. And then we can move forward, because if this changes it by thousands of dollars, I think we need to make sure that we are aware of that.
If you're under control.
Good idea.
I said, but if it's a small amount, so be it. You know. It would be worth a small amount as producers to make people feel better about themselves. But if it's a big amount, it makes a big difference. I agree.
Any further discussion on the motion, which is? Anyway, make sure I get this right.
To remove all internal cameras.
To remove all the internal cameras and audio
Except the entries
equipment.
on the outside.
We would leave the exterior cameras around the building and the audio and video at the entrances. Is that correct? Yes. Okay.
Also, be one last time, without knowing for sure, I think her point is taken. I would imagine most of any benefit we get would be from having the doors, entryways monitored, which we would still be having it done in this case, so.
Yeah. Okay. Are we ready to vote on that motion? Okay. You want to roll call then?
Think better. It may have.
Oh, because of the
because of
financial,
the finance, yeah.
possible financial, we should do it anyway. Yep, okay.
Okay. I'm just catching up.
Mhm.
Second, okay.
Yeah, we'll wait for you.
Okay.
What's got her name up?
Oh,
She's one to talk here.
Carolyn.
Chairman,
Oh, I'm sorry, Carolyn.
I would ask, I have a 3 o'clock board meeting
Mhm.
that I chair.
Mhm.
Obviously need to be there because of it.
yes.
I apologize for that.
That's all right.
They can't keep going without you, and so. Lenny, those are some, what I can do, Lenny, now has to do, if you recall, a week ago, there was the,
Yep.
train station thing. And that's what that is all about. I can get more. But I picked those up and I thought that, is it, forward to working with your board. And Thank you for welcoming me. I
Yes.
appreciate that.
Mhm.
Lenny, good to see you again.
As always, Ms. Brunner.
I apologize. No, that's okay, thank you.
Okay, this is a, this is a list of the county commissioner, committee and board appointments. That's all it is. Thank you, Carolyn.
See you later, thanks.
Okay. Okay, so we're gonna do a roll call vote about the surveillance equipment. Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna restate it just to be clear. We have a motion on the floor from Leroy saying that he would like to have all audio and visual surveillance equipment removed except for the outside of the buildings and the entry areas. Is that correct, Leroy?
Yes.
And that's what you, okay. Will St. John,
No,
okay. Stan Weiner,
Yes.
Roland Lynch, Jacqueline,
No, not so.
Robert Turek,
Yes.
Leroy Perrin,
Yes.
and Dolores.
Yes.
I'm voting yes.
you speak out louder.
I voted yes on this too.
All right, so that has passed. Next is examine internal control. Who would like to speak to that?
I would speak to that. I think, based upon our audit, the CPA audit, and the number of times that she listed problems, deficiency and internal controls. I think I had asked her question. She said they are available to examine that for us, a different type of audit, if you want to call it audit, that they would just examine our internal controls. So I would make a motion to contract with Stevenson Law Firm. I don't believe she does it individual. It's probably with Stevenson. To have that type of audit or examination done to examine our internal controls.
I'm sorry, the motion was to contact them.
Well, I would make the motion to, yes, to proceed with having them do, whether they want to call it examination or audit of our internal controls.
You need a second? Is that a
We
motion?
do need a second if we're gonna talk about.
Was that a
it.
motion?
I would make a
It was
motion.
a motion, yes.
Okay, well, I'll second that motion.
Okay, thank you, Leroy.
For the audit for internal.
Okay. And this basically would be to ask Stevenson and find out how much it costs and all that sort of stuff, right? So,
Well, it will cost for sure.
okay. But you'll ask, the board will ask Stevenson, to,
For a quote.
for a quote.
Is that how I would amend my
That's
motion
fine.
to get a quote from Stevenson on performing an examination of our internal control.
Thank you.
And you're seconding it,
Leroy.
so we can just do an all.
Okay.
We shouldn't do roll call.
We're just doing the.
We're asking for a quote, so we don't need a roll call right now because we haven't spent any money yet, so. Those in favor of asking for this more intense internal control exam, whatever it's called. We're asking for a quote for this more intense examination. Those in favor? Those opposed? Thank you. Okay. Committee reports. Go through the- find the committees here and let's. Oh, I'm sorry, I went the wrong way. Okay, many reports. The the first committee report is from the Personnel Committee, which met on the 10th. Jacqueline, do you wish to speak to this one, or do you want me to?
So basically, we were meeting to discuss an annual review for the executive director. We found a couple of things that we wanted to look at. One was we need to make sure that we have a written job description. We have a couple old ones, but nothing updated. So we are going to be looking at that and updating it. Will found and presented 2 different plans of evaluation methods. One of them was a 10-step 8-week plan for gathering and doing a bunch of analyzing and compiling. The other one was a 7-step plan that goes through questions that would be able to be answered by committee members, board members, and then we had also discussed going out into the clientele, staff, and Alcona County commissioners with these anonymous surveys. Basically, they would get a survey, send it back. Everything would be anonymous, but it would be only to the stakeholders that were identified, which are the board, clientele, staff, and Alcona County commissioners, and Lincoln Council, and appropriate others. I know that I went through and made some amendments to a couple of the questions because I did not feel they were appropriate for the current what we're looking for. They were more for a bigger, broader organization. So I went through and made some recommendations to make them more streamlined. And then I don't know if Stan, did you get a chance to review them? And okay, so as of right now, we had planned on possibly having a rough draft for today, but I feel that this did not occur, so we will have a rough draft for February that we will then be able to send out. That sounds pretty close.
That sounds pretty close. I think actually the first step we can probably do before the February meeting. The first step was to get a set of starting questions, send those to the board for review, decide whether there were too many questions, too few questions, the wrong questions, questions asked the wrong way, so all that sort of stuff. So the board will would, under our recommendation, get within the next couple of weeks a packet of questions that would go to the various stakeholders for board comment, and give the board a week to look them over and so forth. Compile up the results, and then we will be ready to send them out to the stakeholders, not stockholders, sorry. Okay, I think that's a good summary.
Understand that you do not have a job description.
He does not.
For the executive director.
He does. Lenny does not have a job description. He was hired in an emergency.
No, I have that one.
Yeah, I have one too.
I just, but you don't have it.
Well,
Yes, I have that. So the other question was, did this committee talk about since the executive director evaluation is one of all of the board members' duties as opposed to just just those who were appointed to the personnel, that would take place at a closed session at a later date, where every single board member would have a chance to evaluate.
Oh, yes.
This was going,
Absolutely.
it was going out to everybody.
Yeah, the the question set will go out first to the board for whatever modifications board members may feel like. Then that set of questions will go out to the various stakeholders. Those will come back, and at that point, the committee will do the tabulation of the results and analyze them and report that to the whole board. The board will see both the raw results and the analysis. So that, yeah, the board will have seen everything at the end, and at that point, the evaluation that we finalized with the board.
That's fine.
Any comments? Okay. Okay, the next one up is report from the nominating committee. I'm sorry, this got into the board book. I was under a misapprehension about the recent election when I wrote it. I withdraw it.
On a committee meeting minutes withdrawn.
Okay. Okay.
The next one is the building committee. Which is Jacqueline, ooh.
You guys have too many mics.
Is it that one?
We got rid of it. Okay.
It was his last.
Technology is trouble.
What, if you use the push to talk feature instead of the always on?
Okay. The next one is the subcommittee meeting of the new building committee, Jacqueline, Leroy, me, Lenny Avery, with Doug Cheek and the site out group. Leroy has gone over that. I don't have anything else to add. The committee got to the place that Leroy described, where we will recommend that the project go forward with the scenery parts of the original plans for the center. Some of the required outdoor facilities, which might be a walking trail. Probably have to do a little more than that, but that's something we negotiated with the state, and a certain number of senior apartments. I think Leroy covered it. I don't have anything else to say about it. Jacqueline, do you?
I think the major take home is that the current contract that is signed puts the housing aspect first, with the senior center last. The new contract that we have pushed around since December has that the senior center will be first, with the housing last. So I would like to move to accept the contract, which puts the senior center first, housing last, and amend it to fit the 12.5 million of the current plan that was passed out to you all earlier during Director Perrin's presentation.
You are making a motion before we discuss anything. You're making a motion to go right to site op right now, or we finished with the new?
That was, I can wait.
That's the
I will-
format. You make a motion, someone second, and then you have discussion. That's the format.
I will second that motion if I can.
There you go. Now you have discussion.
Discussion.
Yes, discussion.
I,
Waiting to hear. Yeah.
I think it was pretty well established that Director Perrin, in the meeting he was referencing, specifically asked the person who I think is there as an expert, I'm not a guy off the street, whether we needed to do how townhomes needed to be in there. My understanding is he said no. I think that's referenced by the new design that we just got today, where they have removed those townhomes from that design. And yet the SIDOT contract we're being asked to wouldn't reflect that. So we would be asking to sign a contract that is something that it sounds like is moved. Or is the new project scope only including the senior villas? Or are we voting on a SIDOT contract that still has the townhomes in it? I'm prepared to, make my points regarding the existing contract, that the one that's been presented to us, which does not reflect the changes that are put here in the minutes, then I would be willing to continue on discussing that. So,
I would agree with Dr. Church. There's just too many different things in that contract. We need to hammer out a brand new contract. Now that I think we have come to a consensus that, we're going to spend $12.5 million and it's going to be somewhat like that. And the contract that we have before us is just, there's just too much wrong stuff in it. I think we need a new contract.
So I will withdraw my motion and instead make a new motion that Director Perrin, as our new liaison, contact SIDOT Group and get a new contract up and running ASAP, because we kind of need to move forward on this, or else we are going to lose the money because it's going to take too long. So I move that Director Perrin contacts SIDOT Group, amends the contract to fit what is currently in the drawing of the $12.5 million for senior center, senior villas, and senior amenities outside.
I will accept the amended motion that I seconded.
Thank you.
Okay,
Are we at the discussion point?
we are at the discussion point.
I just got a question for the group. Have you read the contract? Have all of you sat here and read the contract? As a fiduciary responsibility, have you sat down and read the contract? Have you?
Yes.
No. Have you? No. Have you?
I read it, but I don't understand it.
Okay,
It doesn't make sense to me.
okay. So we got a majority of our board that hasn't even read the contract they're about to reject, which stipulates everything that they just asked for. And I'm the bad guy. I have 10 minutes, so I'm gonna take it. So, yeah, oh no. So let's really get to the crux of the matter here. We omitted an agenda that had all the financial fiduciary responsibility that this board's supposed to come in, and we're at this last 75%, and it's not on their agenda. The board, the reports from all the departments, everything that's in this book. Our partner from NIMSCA is ready to do a presentation or to give her, she's not even considered on the new agenda item. So I just, again, it's pretty obvious what today's agenda was about. You had an agenda, which does not go anywhere with what this building project is really at. It was just a lot of the things directed at me. Okay. I see that there's a personnel matter. We can jump right to that too. But I just want to speak to the community hub. You have a fiduciary responsibility. For 3 years, you say, I didn't see anything. Well, ask yourself, did you want to see anything? Did you show up at a meeting? This is all volunteer board. We had meetings. It was open to our board of directors who had other better things to do. We continued to move forward. every time we had a decision, we still brought it to the board. Every time. We continue to be put into this position of kicking the can down the street. We have all of these people asking for some type of degree. And here's the thing, it's not like we're making a decision on wallpaper. It's a decision on the decision. Using the architecting firm that we've already had for the last 3 years to ask them to locate a construction manager in the state of Michigan to ask for a request for qualifications. Hey, can you build this? Are you licensed and you're bonded? Can you do this? That's what we're asking them to do. And based off of that process, which will take at least a month or two. There you go, possibly. So that process, they're going to tell us, hey, it's overestimated. This is not going to cost you $300 a square foot. It's only going to cost you $85 a square foot here. This is only cost you $110 a square foot here. Hey, I got some subcontractor guys, and if you don't want mahogany, you can use Luan. That's what that contract person is going to do. But they know that. They have sat in these subcommittees. And they know this. We asked to have a contract manager at risk, a CMAR, versus having a general contractor, because a general contractor could charge up to 22% of the project cost. We asked for a contract manager at risk, which limits them to 6%. And if they go over that percent, they're at risk, meaning it comes out of their pockets. I think that's due diligence. That's a 3-year plan. It's not somebody coming late to the party and saying it's my way or the highway. I don't mind people having discourse, but make the project better. Work within the system. We've had 4.5 hours of meeting, okay, about stuff that could have handled in subcommittee. So our meetings wouldn't go 4 hours long. And we haven't even got to the good stuff yet. So I am wondering, now that we are already here, we've already proven that this board hadn't even reviewed the contract that we said that we're going to review back in December. We kicked it to subcommittee. Then what are you going to do? It's on camera. You all shook your head and you said no. So then why are you making the decision? You have a fiduciary responsibility. All these people are angry and upset about something that you're commenting on, and you're not even knowledgeable about it. I have 3 years of putting time and work and energy. SIDOC group has 3 years. I heard a comment today, well, maybe we should invite a contractor to come in and tell us. O'Brien has been that contractor, an unpaid contractor for 3 years, giving you that information at every point. And I just sat there and was like, oh my gosh. Do we not even read? Like I said, we've already proven that we don't even care about this. It's not even on the agenda to talk about. Come on. I'm not done. I'm not done. Like I said, I just, I have some amazing staff. They bust their hump. And for someone who is their, well, I wouldn't say their boss, because the board is my boss. But I'm gonna protect my staff. Friday, we were closed because of inclement weather. It was dangerous to be out on the roads. My staff said, I don't want seniors to starve. We're gonna come in and do it anyway. And if they got donuts because they put themselves at jeopardy to deliver meals, not to sit around and have coffee. That's a load of crap. And I reject that. I reject this pettiness, because that's all this agenda was today, pettiness.
Yes.
3 people. Pettiness. Yeah, eat it. I'm gonna take all 10. Because I know what's coming next. And I'm gonna have it in an open meeting. Don't worry, it's gonna be open. And we're gonna sit here and discuss it.
You're being disrespectful.
I'm not being disrespectful, I'm being honest.
President, you gonna do anything?
I'm being honest.
No?
Point of order.
So, excuse me, as I
Point of order.
continue to have my time. You've had 4
Point
hours.
of order.
You've had 4 hours, sir. Excuse me. 4 hours.
Mr. President, gonna do nothing. Okay.
Yes, 4 hours. You've had 4 hours of this. So I'm asking people in the crowd, if you don't like me, don't hate the project. Just don't like me. They,
Let's hold down.
here's the thing. And I'm gonna go back so you can understand this. The reason why housing came into the conversation is that there was no money for a standalone senior center, let alone a community center. You ask, why are we having housing? How are you gonna pay for this increase? With the housing. We are going to make money. I said 3 years and I said I would do this project and I wouldn't ask you for 1 cent. Guess what? I did it. Not 1 cent. The housing will pay for the increase of heat. But if we build green, there won't be an increase in heat. That all comes with having an actual plan. Sitting down with experts that can say, hey, if you use this type of paneling and this type of sound refraction on your tiles, you won't need as much incandescent light. We have this plan. It's not like we just hatched it out of the earth and just pulled it up one day. A bunch of people. I'm sorry, I'm not that popular with our state representatives. Most of them didn't give a crap about Oconee County. I met with them. I pleaded with them. I gave them documents of why this plan is feasible, why this plan is investable. I don't know if that's a word. But then they looked at that and they reviewed that. And it was like, holy crap, that came out of Oconee? Yeah, that's awesome. Let's try this. And then they voted, like the person who brought it up. And all these people could have objected down the line, and said, no, this is a good plan. We didn't get hooked up by $12.5 million. We worked hard for that. Side Out Group worked hard for that. Ethos worked hard for that. O'Brien worked hard for that. Uncompensated experts. And to sit there and say, you spent $141,000 over 3 years. Let's compare financial people. If I told you I'm gonna give you $1 and you're gonna get 10,000, how many people would take that trade? Because that's what we got. Over 3 years, we spent close to about 141,000, including the purchase of the property. So you made the point and said 72,000, you brought it up. 72,000 we spent to Side Out Group. And the reason why we continue to spend is because what we continue to do. Give us a new contract, get us a new bubble diagram, continue to waste time and money. Oh, guess what? By the way, every time we do this, the grant pays for it. But still, we're wasting time and we're wasting money. You have a fiduciary responsibility and you have just proven today that you have shirked it. But I'm being held accountable saying that I didn't do something. No, I did my job. I brought it to you. They said, hey, mommy and daddy, I did a good thing. Can you look this over? Oh, kid, get out of here. Your shoes were untied. Your shirt was untucked. Some pettiness. No, sorry. Can't lay that at my feet. Did my job. My staff did their job. And we continue to do our job. And I will do my job until my butt is not in the seat. Which could be next 5 minutes. Let's find out. But for the love of God, let's move on to something that's going to be positive and uplifting for this community. Now I rest my time.
We have a motion on.
I think it was taken up.
Oh, what time is it? It's 2:07 on my watch. I'm sorry, yes, let's repeat the
So-
motion.
No, I would like to rescind that motion and go back to my original because, Director Avery, or Executive Director Avery is correct that the current motion or the current contract, if you read it in its entirety, does allow for us to have oversight. And so I believe that we need to stop dragging our feet. We need to move forward. If we want this project to take hold, which it sounds like everybody is in agreement that we want this project to happen. So I feel that we are doing a disservice if we continue to kick it down the road, because we're gonna kick it down the road into 2024 and we're gonna lose it. So I make a motion that we move to accept the contract and amend it to fit 12.5 million, which we are able to do through conversation. I rescinded
Mr.
that.
President,
No,
is there
I
already a motion
rescinded
on
it.
the board?
I rescinded that.
Rescinded it.
I rescinded it.
It's a new
And
motion.
I'm reissuing my prior motion to move to accept the contract and amend it to fit $12.5 million with the current drawing that SIDOC group presented to us, and that is in our board books.
I'm sorry.
Second.
It's in your board book. It's underneath your committee report.
I believe you had the book a week, right?
Yeah.
So you would find it.
I did.
Second.
I second.
Yes.
Truth is truth, whether you like it or not.
Mr. President?
I know they have we have the picture in front of us. But again, it is so small that we can't read it. Even it doesn't say this is the executive director's office. It doesn't say this is a in-home service office. It doesn't really tell us anything. It's got a design with a few words on it that we can't even read.
But that's
I
step
want
20.
bigger.
But that's step 20. We're at step number 1. You're at number 1. Hey, architects, we hire you. Now help us find a contract manager. Then we talk about floor spacing. Right now, we just have a bubble diagram to give you an idea of what room association can do.
And so this is gonna be in Leroy's hands
Yes.
to figure this out.
Yes.
Yes, the Leroy Henley Committee led by Leroy, will work through this.
So the most recent plan I have right here,
No, that is a bubble diagram that is mostly crossed out. The most recent one is this one, which is passed out.
It's in your.
there's the whole plan, there's.
There's-
I'll go ahead. I'm gonna continue to do my discussion. When, at the previous meeting, this board voted unanimously to send this back to the new building project subcommittee. I believe they were hoping that the new building project subcommittee would take back some of the recommendations to hand. To point, one of them was to bring in experts to discuss the fees that we are being charged and what if they are in line. I don't see that that's been done at all. I certainly don't have anything in front of me that says the contract is beneficial for us. It's on video. I said this is a contract written by them, their lawyers, for them, on their terms, to their benefit. Has anything been done like that? No, I see nothing like that. The new building project minutes that came up doesn't even say that now this is the for sure project, that we're for sure going to go ahead and do this and this and such and such and such, and just have senior villas. So I'm gonna have to deal with the contract in front of me that we're talking about right now. The contract that we're having right now has, well, let me say one other thing about the oversight. It's one thing to not hire somebody to check on things. It's another thing to hire an expert and then not take their advice. The Shaw report, which none of our board members saw, clearly says sufficient market demand cannot be demonstrated for additional rental housing units. It goes on and on and on, but at the why they wouldn't do it. But the reasons don't change. Declining demographic trends, meaning our population has decreased. It's expected to continue to decrease. The occupation level of the existing housing is the worst that they have studied in the whole study area. And the most nearest notable economic centers are 30 miles away. I wonder how many board members would have voted to get this far if they had been made aware of this. We've already concluded that 5 board members never saw this. But if I want to get right to the contract that we're talking about, and I'm going to have to deal with this contract because what the executive director put out in his proposal online and on YouTube says that the community center goes first, then housing and outdoor site amenities. My contract says community center, outdoor site amenities, phase 5 housing. It's completely different from what he said. In the paper, he has said that the community center would be $9 million. My contract that I'm being asked to sign says 10.5 million. He says in the paper that the housing will be 5 million. The contract I'm being asked to sign says 6.5 million. I have a contract in front of me. When I sign it, it goes against our liabilities as our auditor perfectly established. If I sign this contract, we have a liability of 19.9 million. Let's go point by point what it says. First thing I would say, the community center now has a total tab of 10.5 million. The previous contract we rejected, it was 11.1 to 11.6. Why did that number drop? I'm happy it did, but maybe it was because we asked questions. We asked questions about why the construction manager fee was 22% of the whole fee. Maybe I just saved us 600,000 to 1.1 million by merely asking one question. Going on, they took out everything of where they get to 10.5 million. Doesn't say it at all. Just comes up with 10.5 million. $116,000 of their fee, which would be 552, is before we even get to a design development stage. That's 1,200 work hours. One person working 150 days straight just to get to the point where we can move forward. The rest of it is gone. The $2.9 million outdoor amenities, the 6.5 million housing, upon something that apparently is now gone. I'm wondering, the 150 people that the executive director referenced who were receiving food packages and couldn't come to our last meeting. I wonder how they would feel about this contract not having any food pantry in it. This does not include the food pantry. It does not include the vehicle storage. Don't you think they might want to have that in there? Who asked them? Who stands up for them? Did you know in this contract that this doesn't even include fire suppression? Fire suppression is not included. We're going to have it. So the numbers they're giving us to add up to 19.9 million, they're made up in a sense. We don't have everything in there that we would need to make a decision. I'm wondering how we got to this point where we have not been able to determine whether we want a sauna. It just got taken out. Now we just get the saunas there. How about the unisex shower and changings? Okay, now that's gone. Splash pad, skate park. How would those things have gotten to that point where they've been removed if we hadn't asked these questions? Why are they in there in the first place? Somebody talks about missing middle. We haven't even applied for missing middle funds. And if we got missing middle funds, it'd be 1 to 1.5 million. So great. Now we're only $8 million short of what the contract we're signing. You know, this contract doesn't say that if we don't go on with what we're signing, it'll give us our money back. It's the equivalent of paying an architect. You will have money to build 1,000 square foot house, but this contract is saying, we're going to have you design a 3,000 square foot house, even though we only have the money to pay it to build 1,000. Doesn't make sense to me. You can amend away. Why would we not get a contract? And let's have a special meeting. Let's plan it right now to have a special meeting. And if they want to do what we're telling them to do, they will come up a contract and have a contract in front of us a week from now that says exactly what you're asking to do. But to sign this contract right now, can't even believe that we would consider do that, but that's it.
Can I speak to that so they can help clarify?
The current contract that we're talking about is in control of the board with respect to the final amount of dollars. The board is clear will not spend more than $12.5 million. The architects understand that they are adjusting downward. Mr. Turk is asking for details that get done during the design phase of the project. Worrying about where the bathrooms are and so forth will be in the hands of Mr. Perrin and the committee. They work at our pleasure. They will adjust their fee, which is a percentage calculation based on the amount of stuff they actually design. I'm done.
I guess if you don't mind, I won't take the full 10, but I'll just address a few things. In the December subcommittee of the planning committee, our attorney reviewed the contract and then also made to this board that the contract that SIDOC group had put forth showed no harm to ACCOA. And he said it was by far one of the most professional, detailed contracts that he has ever seen. The initial contract is literally just what we said it was, hiring you for the start of this project. That's all this is. It's not something to be afraid of or scared of. No hidden fees and charges. It's literally the start of the process. They know this. Someone said, I got 50 years of experience. You know this. Our community person sat this person down and said, hey, what really is going on here? And after 2.5 hour meeting, we come to a consensus because this was requested. Take this out, make this first, then my vote would be a yes. I do believe that that was what was stated. But now, because we did that in 2.5 hours, so we don't have to play this out, so mommy and daddy are fighting again. We have to play this out into the public. We had an opportunity in good faith that we worked all of this out to move forward. Because again, you said, I asked for the subcommittee to do this. Now it's back to the full board who did not even review it. Right? That's what was stated. So then take the subcommittee's recommendation because they sat in the room and did the work that you didn't do. So you can be the kid that can copy off the homework to get the A2 because you didn't do your due diligence. I'm sorry, truth hurts, but that's the facts. That is the facts. The facts are you asked them to do a new contract. They did. You asked them to provide you with a design for 12.5 million. I know how we paid the rest of it, but you continue to trip this process up. I know that the next steps are to contact this particular individual, to bring this particular state agency in connection with us, to continue to ask the community to partner, to have, I don't know what the veterans are doing, but I know they need something. Again, we can't get out our own way. This is solid. So just vote. Vote no. It'll be 5-3. And then we'll kick it down the road again. So let's just vote.
Thank you, Lenny. Any other discussion?
I have a,
Oh, yeah, sure.
first of all, Lenny, you are being very disrespectful, not only to me, but to everybody here. No. I don't.
Nope.
Whatever, I feel you are being very disrespectful. I
Dolores,
suggest that we turn this over to Leroy and his committee, draw up a nice plan, what we need, what we want, and then bring it back another time.
Leroy and his committee, okay?
Okay, we have a motion on the floor, to, sign the current, contract, with SIDOC.
That the subcommittee agreed.
That the subcommittee, agreed to, in their, last meeting.
January.
Not all the committee agreed to that.
I'm sorry,
Not all the committee agreed to that.
the committee voted to do nothing, I think, was. the
You
final-
abstained.
You abstained in the end.
Yes, do we know the story why I abstained?
Just.
Basically, not every member voted for it.
Let's just go on. So if there's not, more discussion about this particular contract, let's go ahead and vote.
All right, I have more discussion. This contract is exactly the same contract that we had December 6th. There's been no change. We've got nothing in front of us. So right now, I'm understanding a motion has been made that we're going to verbally accept everything here, but only change the numbers. And if this contract does not say that we had a Lincoln Food Pantry and ACCOA vehicle storage, is that what I'm going to be saying? I'm going to agree that those are going to be put in? Or is that what we're doing? Or we're just saying you got 12,000 square foot, or all the 12.5 million. What if they used it all up in a community center? What if they use it all up in housing? So is that what we're saying? We're just gonna give them a blank check, say $12.5 million, and you make it work?
No, that's not.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'll tell you what.
Well, you asked the
You'll know
question.
When I'm done, it was a rhetorical question.
Oh, okay, well, the
Sorry.
state is a rhetorical
Yes.
question, because you look like you wanted, some information. You look like you wanted information. I was hoping you enlighten me.
The motion on the floor is to take this contract and basically by saying that we are going to accept this contract, but just change the numbers, which is not what's in this contract, that makes it okay. That we agree with everything else, every other point I brought up makes it okay, just lower the to 12.5 million. Is that what's being done? I'm done now, thank you.
All right, let's do this, man.
I think that's a reasonable, summary. Roll call vote.
Will St. John?
Yes.
Just a second. Stan Weiner,
No.
Ron Lynch,
Yes.
Jacqueline's.
Yes.
Pamela, yes, because I didn't read it. Robert Turek,
No.
Leroy Parent,
Nope.
Dolores Schlicker.
No.
I ask you?
You did.
Okay. Okay, where we go? 2, 4, 4, and 4.
4-4, the motion does not pass. Oh,
That's just to tell the people. I'm trying to find the person who's off mute.
We'll move on then. Jacqueline, would you be interested in reintroducing one of the previous locals?
think someone who disagreed with it needs to do it. I made my point clear. So. If no one else will do it, then I guess I will. I move that Director Perrin contact SIDOT Group ASAP to amend the contract again to fit $12.5 million for the senior center, housing, and outdoor amenities. With the caveat that this will be reviewed and ready for vote in February. I do not feel that it is in our best interest to continue kicking this down the road. I feel that this is turning into a potential to lose the funds. So I feel that if this happens, that as soon as we have the amended contract, it should be reviewed by the new building subcommittee. And whatever recommendation is made, as long as there are no issues, we need to vote on this in February and move forward. That is my caveat, is that this cannot continue to be passed down the line until 2024, because then the money is going to be gone and it's going to be all of our fault. So that is my caveat. Thank you.
Is your motion including the Lincoln Food Pantry and the vehicle storage also?
That is in the planning process that we can't get to until we have an actual, like, you can ask that it be included in the drawing, but as far as I'm aware, the Lincoln Food Pantry is not a senior only program.
No. And I will respond to that because that is something that we have created. It's called a pop-up pantry. It's not a food bank where people drive in and go through and get their groceries. They get boxes of food. It's never been something where we've had to prepare space for. The food that, are you talking about the food on Meals on Wheels? I mean, you're talking about apples and oranges, because the vehicle storage is a different thing than the food bank. The food bank is a once a month thing that we do.
Yep.
With other community members.
And that's not a senior only program.
Let me,
Either is missing middle, either is family house. So
That's
would you
not
give
what
the Director Parent the authorization to consider, when he talks to them, considering including that in also, or are you restricting your motion that he should not talk about?
no, there's no.
We asked for the senior component and that is what they gave us. That is,
So that'll be a good thing to clarify, won't it?
Yeah, if, I will, second the new motion, with the understanding that, Mr. Parent and the committee will squeeze every last dollar out, and if they can get the food pantry in, yay. You know, absolutely, you know,
Has it been seconded?
I
Yeah,
did,
I have no comment.
okay. All right.
do we need a roll call vote or can we just-
We will need a roll call. I think we should probably do a roll call anyway. Why not?
why not?
Mhm.
He's in favor than all the rest of them. So roll call, Will St. John,
Yes.
Stan Weiner,
Yes.
Roland,
Yes.
Jacqueline.
Yes.
Pamela, yes, Robert Turek,
Yes.
Leroy Parent,
Yes.
and Dolores. Yes. Steve. Oh, yes, it is.
Okay. Okay, so we will be moving forward with the construction of the senior center,
That's not what that motion said. It was for Karen to go
oh, I'm
do
sorry.
another contract. We're not moving anywhere.
Yeah, okay. Moving forward to have Mr. Perrin and the committee
And get another.
get it.
Get another contract.
Get another contract. Okay. Okay.
Let's go with personnel matter.
Okay, We're about to have a personnel matter. Which could go to a closed session if requested by the executive director.
I do not. Let's go.
And
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
quick question before going in. What about generator update? I figured that was supposed to be done about the 13th.
Yeah,
That's,
We
we
have
have it
a-
on the agenda.
Yeah,
Well,
it's-
that was on the original agenda, but I'll let you know, they pushed it back to February because they couldn't get the parts for the generator to install it. So it's been moved to like the first week of February.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
There you go. Hey, that's my job. You ask me, I'll give you information.
Yes.
Yes, and let's,
Do we need a recess?
Yes.
we need to recess.
Yeah.
That take a brief 5-minute recess because I need to check on my.
I'll second. Okay, thank you, vote.
Yes.
Aye. Thank you.
You know, that visual also thing of it, terrorists and stuff, they can have that.
We know. Absolutely. But we have. You can't even work without having. Yeah.
And you won't know because they're gonna go out and they're gonna go to the next town.
Yep. That's not a good decision.
Yeah, I got a text by.
He didn't want to. No, they asked me.
Friendly. Right.
Yeah.
I got babysit taken care of.
Haven't eaten all that started. I'm gonna honor. Doing a lot of talking. You guys are pretty quiet.
Yeah, I know.
It'd be nice to know what you guys thoughts are. Just sort of voting and really.
I'm glad it's going, yeah, I'm glad it's going to the committee. You know, it needs somebody that knows what they're doing. Because
That's a lot of money.
that's, I'm thinking now, a lot of money, why get into it? Yep, and we need to use it.
I noticed that it's like. We're not arguing about anybody else. I'm quiet, I wanted to.
Oh, yeah. Oh, we've done a lot of talking besides. Oh, I do. Yeah.
I mean, I've been following it for like 3 years. And I hear it, but I'm still watching. Reading.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
But I didn't expect this. I'll admit.
Oh, I know. Well, you can't just jump into something, you know, a great big building. We didn't need that great big building. You know,
As long as there's ways to expand.
pay for it. Yeah, oh, yeah.
Because I've seen
Yep.
hospitals, jails, airport terminals, and then, and then they build it, we didn't build it bigger. But now we're gonna have to spend everything else bigger.
Oh, that'll be there, yeah.
$72 million. When they need
Oh, yeah.
private rooms.
That's nice.
All of that. I'm very familiar with big projects.
Oh, yeah.
But it's nice to down there.
Oh, yeah. Definitely.
If you build something.
My cottage cheese has left.
Right, no, it's what is QR. That's ridiculous. My mom wouldn't even do that. I don't even mention. Like, if I go to a restaurant, I got a QR code. Give me a bag. Yep, that's it. I'll be back. I'm not here. Oh, no, don't worry, you're gonna find out though.
Yeah, well, we still get
Yeah. That's what I want.
All right, what are you guys doing?
So the board president, is that the board of choice elect the board president?
Yes.
And with that, they will carte blanche.
For him too. I can give you our bylaws, yes, it is within, it's within the, bylaws. It is, we know this, we know this, so, all right, whenever you're ready.
Unless you're here.
Hey, I'll take one here. Oh, thank you. Yeah, take that. Pass it around. So I don't. Yep. You'll be okay with it. Yep.
I don't think so.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Before we get to the personnel matter, I have another one. I have a note from Mike Maturin. It says, "It is with a heavy heart that I announce my resignation from the board of directors at the ACCOA. Due to my multiple health issues, my body can no longer handle the stress and drama that has most recently become the norm in our meetings. I love the vision of the ACCOA and of its executive director. I will continue to volunteer and help where and when I am able, as I encourage all board members to do. I pray that you move forward with this building project to benefit the seniors and other members of Alcona County." Came from his hospital room. Okay, oh, that's a guy.
Yeah, that was me. Did we mention those 58 that I had put on? That we had on the desk?
That's right.
58 people that they said.
Yes,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did
We
we
did.
mention it?
Yeah,
Yeah, that was turned in and that was sent to all the board, so all the board.
yeah.
received-
Board is fully aware.
Okay,
so we're
we saw the 58 people that wanted strongly advised us to move forward.
Right, okay.
And you see that?
So Mike is officially, do we need to vote on accepting his resignation?
Sure, if you want.
According to Robert's rules, would be.
Yeah, according to Barbara Group, we would.
Okay.
Okay.
I
I
think,
move to accept Mike Matern's resignation from the ACCOA Board of Directors, secondary to medical.
I'll second it.
all of it.
All in favor? We voted to approve, Mike Maturin's resignation from the board.
Are there any other resignations you know about that we need to approve?
In the minutes, it says, Sam, did you change your mind?
No.
Well,
Not today, after today. no.
I haven't got notification of anybody else.
I haven't either, but it says it in the minutes.
I have here a letter from Pam Ashford. It is with regret that I am writing this letter of resignation, which is given with my duties as board secretary to be accepted as of February 10th, 2023. My resignation is not done hastily, but rather carefully and with consideration for my family. The ethics which we as a board have been subjected to have sealed the deal, inasmuch as my health has been suffering because of too much time filled in too many areas after my retirement from a job I love. This was an awesome opportunity to support my community and help grow ACCOA into a real force in the community, not just a source of housekeeping and meals to those retirees, seniors who have a need, but a council on aging which offers to its community some of the necessary things that we retirees look forward to. A place to gather and grow, together with lively conversations, educational opportunities, physical activities to help us grow and be the best we can as we enjoy our senior years. Is that enough, or do you want me to read the rest of it?
Yeah, I think you should read the rest of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I try to say time.
Oh, this is, yeah, take your time.
I was recruited by the committee and had 3 conversations before I was willing to throw my hat in the ring, so to speak. We started right after that. In October 2019, I quickly realized that ACCOA had some problems. Staff was unhappy, money was a problem. We were in danger of funding loss because of mismanagement, etc. We dug in, and the executive director had given the then current executive director had given notice. So he put out notices. We needed an executive director. We had several job interviews with some top-notch considerations. We had a qualified expert, a commission on aging executive director of 15 plus years, came over from Grayling to help us choose and proceeded. All of this was while I was wrapping up my court duties at the same time, finding out my husband had cancer. The board pulled together, indulged my missing meetings until I could get it together and participate. We hired Lenny Avery because of his excellent past achievements with helping seniors and others with some very important physical needs while with the company out of the area. He saw this as an opportunity to offer his skills to his own community instead of all of Northern Michigan. He was hired to begin cleaning up, hiring and creating resources for ACCOA seniors beyond the meals and housekeeping, while strengthening and refining worker skills with online class opportunities. We all know in March or April of 2020, COVID-19 and many federal mandates hit. And so many of the programs had to stop, or we had to come up with new ways to meet these needs. Hence the order and drive-through pickup of meals began, as well as creating a food bank for those affected by the COVID-19 mandates who could no longer shop or get meals or had lost jobs and needed food. Our seniors loved doing something to help the community. It was amazing, often up to 240 plus families who are trapped in their homes receive food boxes while keeping in mind the mandates and not wanting to become a place where we spread the virus. Our seniors, volunteers, and other community-minded people work. We offered COVID-19 tests to those who wanted them, any services we could get from agencies, medical agencies, etc., while still going forward with meetings by Zoom or however we could keep the Commission on Aging going. A lot of hard work and exhilarating. So many people working, most volunteers who are also on the board still. During those times, we were working on our credibility to keep ACCOA a viable agency, hiring an accounting firm to audit us, hiring a CPA firm to pay payroll and give advice on investments, as our next step to keep the commission in the black, so that we are not making previously made mistakes. First year NIMSCA audit and staff and executive director had only a few minor adjustments to be in compliance after years of limping along. Bravo. As you see, I could go on and on about the ACCOA. I am sold out on it, but since these last few months of haggling and struggling to even get the necessary agenda accomplished each meeting, I give up. My health and my time are more valuable than this situation. We're blessed with a great granddaughter who is in our care 2 to 3 days a week, and I want to be there for her. I am not willing to continue driving myself into early illness or situation for even the sake of this. It has turned into a squabbling mess with people who I know and care for, being pitted one against the other over petty, overblown opinions that were never expressed even 6 months ago. Tiresome and too much for me. I'll be willing to sit on committees if that will help and provide any paperwork I might need to. Thank you for the opportunity. Pamela Ashford. Thank you, Pamela, for your description. Now
Would that include? No, where are you going to?
What's your effective date right now?
February 10th.
2/10,
February 10th.
because I have to turn this paperwork in by February.
It seemed like it'd be an opportune time right now to make a motion to advertise for qualified applicants to apply.
Certainly.
I mean, I've had 3 that people have presented me already, but to make an actual official
Yes. We can do
advertise
that.
opening on the ACCOA board.
Yes,
Okay.
I appreciate you. Thank you for your years of service.
I make a motion that we accept Pam's resignation effective February 10th.
A second.
Those in favor? Aye.
Myself. And that's also Mike's, right?
We already did that.
I have a comment.
Mhm.
I would like to have the board have a appreciation letter sent to Mike and one for Pam.
Well, certainly we can do that. I don't think we need to vote for that.
No.
Okay. In a couple of minutes, we'll get to the personnel matter. Which I regard as a personal attack on Mr. Avery. I will not participate in such a thing. And I resigned.
And I'm leaving early, because I will not sit here and play with that.
Yep. Roland, you're the senior officer at this point.
Picking the wrong person.
Yeah, hey.
Yeah, you're the remaining officer.
Somebody like to volunteer to take over notes.
I will, as long as I can go by the video. I'd like to participate, so I won't be able to take notes, that I can go by the video, watch the video afterwards. There'll be extra. I can't do two things at once.
We're not going in closed session. Next agenda item is personal matter. Closed session if requested by the executive director. I do not request this to be in closed session.
Is that all right then if Dr. Turek takes notes from the audio?
You guys can do what you want.
Okay,
No, we have a quorum. We don't need to adjourn. We can continue. So let's continue.
um, committee reports,
Nope, we're right here, sir. We're
yeah.
personnel matters.
Personnel.
That's where we are at. So someone can speak to that. Personnel matter.
We were at personnel matters and does want to go into closed sessions, so we'll continue to or we left off.
Robin, if I could, I would like to go first because it does concern Lenny. So could I make my statement first?
Yeah,
Okay, I already brought up about the grievances that was against me. Which I have still not seen any of them. I don't even know if they exist. In my opinion, I should have been presented with any grievance so that I could respond. As at this point, I don't know who wrote the letters. I don't even know what the grievance was about. So keep that in mind. I have contacted a lawyer, and if Dr. Turek, would you please read my letter from the lawyer?
Dated January 23rd from the Lansing Legal Group, addressed to Alcona County Commission on Aging, attention.
2 pages.
Okay, attention, Executive Director. Regarding grievances against Dolores Schlicker. Dear Mr. Avery, please be advised that Lansing Legal Group, PLLC, represents Ms. Dolores Schlicker, hereinafter my client. It is my understanding that Ms. Schlicker is currently serving her 3rd term as Director of ACCOA. It is also my understanding that as part of her duties as Director, my client serves on the Finance Committee. It has come to my attention that certain written grievances have allegedly been brought forth by ACCOA employees or staff regarding my client's performance of her duties as Director. These grievances appear to have manifested following my client's inquiry with respect to certain ACCOA expenditures. Interestingly, no copies of written complaints nor notes regarding verbal complaints were produced to my client on request. In fact, at the meeting on Thursday, January 19, 2023, you went, Mr. Avery, you went to print the complaints at the direction of the board president, but failed to produce the same, calling into question whether any complaints have been lodged at all. As I'm sure you are aware, quote, the business and affairs of the corporation shall be managed or under the direction of its board, except as otherwise provided in its articles of incorporation, unquote. As executive director, I am sure you appreciate that you must generally follow the directions of the board, especially when it concerns matters that relate to the board of directors itself. At present, you have alleged that certain grievances have been brought and that they cannot be disclosed to my client due to the processes and policies used by ACCOA as set forth in the employee handbook. However, the employee handbook is applicable only to employees. Section 10.1, labeled quote unquote introduction, states that quote, the personnel policies are applicable to all full-time and regular part-time employees, unquote, with exception for employees who may have written contracts. Moreover, section 10.8 clearly sets forth that the board of directors, that the quote, board of directors employs the executive director and all organization staff serves at the will of the executive director, unquote. Finally, the subsection labeled quote, chain of command, unquote, clearly notes that the board of directors is responsible for setting policies for its employees. The board employs the executive director to whom it delegates responsibility for the day-to-day administration of the organization. The board of directors is responsible for the ongoing supervision of the executive director. The executive director manages all ACCOA staff and contractual staff using the policies approved by the board of directors. By its very terms, the employee handbook excludes directors from its applicability by clearly setting up a distinction between quote unquote employees and quote unquote the board. The application of the procedure set forth in the employee handbook as against directors of the board is simply improper and nonsensical. In this particular case, it has created an impression that complaints may have been manufactured. Regardless of the error in the process used, your immediate production of the complaints in writing would cure this perceived impropriety. Thus, this letter is a demand for immediate production of the grievances against my client. Please produce a written copy of any and all grievances submitted against my client on or before Monday, January 30th, 2023. Signed, Alex Stratilatal, attorney at law, Lansing Legal Group, PLLC.
I'll take that.
Sure,
I'll give you a copy of it later.
No, I'll take it now.
right here, I've been.
Okay. I want to add to that what the auditor has told us today, and I specifically asked the question so everybody could hear it. So the board could hear it and members of the community can hear it. As on the finance committee and as a person that's signing my name to a check. If I see a red flag, it is my responsibility to ask questions. And I think it's very rude, maybe, whatever, of our director to, how will I put it, to suggest that staff write letters. And I did talk to one letter writer, and she said, yes, I was asked to do it. I think it's very wrong that our director would do such a thing.
Amen.
And I also wonder, why did all these letters just come in like a 2 or 3 day period? If somebody had a question, I used to ask Leanne, our in-home service coordinator, I asked her several times different questions. She sat right down, she always answered them. Coney, that was the bookkeeper, I have a question. She sat right down beside me and tell me, yes, we did it like that, or yes, we have this, or no, whatever. She answered all my questions, never any problem. All of a sudden now, within 2 or 3 days, we get all these complaint letters against me. I think it was a setup job. I'm done for the minute.
Am I able to speak on that? As part of the grievance committee, I think some of your allegations are incorrectly placed. Mainly because it was the grievance committee who requested the notes. We specifically said, if this is a complaint, we would like it in writing. Now, I am not here all the time. I know a few of the staff members, I do not know all of them. So when told that there was a complaint, we asked the person who is here all the time, please ask them to write a letter and send it to us. I have them all right here. Once again, it was not Lenny Avery who did not comply. Mike had all of these. You excused Mike Maturin from the last meeting. Now, after some discussion in regards to the way the grievances were handled, we understand that it was handled incorrectly. And we, as a grievance committee, which apparently is myself, because everybody else is gone, we greatly apologize. Because we also had never dealt with anything like this before. So we were walking into uncharted territory. I even asked a board member who had been on the board for ages prior to this, what did you do beforehand? They said this never happened. So we were in uncharted territory. Unfortunately, Mike did what he thought was best, which was to create a committee and to discuss it. Following some discussion that I had personally with my legal counsel, they suggested that it should have gone directly to the president, and the president should have handled all the grievances against any board members. Now that we know that, that is how we have requested this to happen. Now, unfortunately, I don't know if you've noticed, the president has resigned, the vice president has resigned, and the secretary has resigned. So at this exact moment, the person who would be handling the grievances is Roland. There you go. This is also why, due to the fact that there were so many, and there was also, Mike is very close to a lot of the people here. So close that he felt that he did not have the ability to create and make a recommendation that did not include a motion. Which is why he suggested, and we suggested, to bring in the third party, which was Recon. That is not somebody that any of us know. It is not somebody that not like, hey, I know a guy who knows a guy who knows a guy who does this. It was literally, we need somebody who does not have skin in the game, who will not have emotion. That is why we made this recommendation. When we brought this up last week, it was subsequently brushed over. So unfortunately, I think, while I understand all of your concerns, Dolores, and I understand how you feel, I feel that it was a lot of misunderstanding, not knowing how to handle the situation because we were in uncharted waters. And then it's misplaced blame. It was not Lenny who did any of this because he was trying to get you. It was Lenny doing it because we requested the information, because everything is better in writing. Because if I have it in writing, I know for a fact that it isn't hearsay. Now, I will bite the bullet and apologize on behalf of the grievance committee that you did not get these in a timely manner. Like I said, we had not ever done this before. I also, sitting President Roland, I will leave it up to your discretion as to what you want to do moving forward. The grievance committee recommendation was the third party assessor because of the amount of emotion that is currently involved. However, I will leave it up to you guys. I have said my piece. Here are your copies. And there are copies for everybody, well, board members. There is still some confidentiality here. But I will happily make sure that I have them. This is the information for the recon. If you would like it. That was Mike Maturin who had contacted them, so you might need to contact them outside of that. So this is the second. So that is my only piece that I have to say in regards to the grievance committee.
Thank you.
Sitting president.
I apologize, stay here. Shall I read this all
What is what? The fees? I mean, I've already been, pointed at that I control the board. And you asked me a question, so I believe as a president, you should make your decision independent of my input.
out? Okay, I'll read this all out. So, service fees for, outside firm coming in and investigating this. Standard fees for investigating are invoiced at $105 an hour. Mileage is billed portal to portal, with our office being located in Bingham Farms, Michigan, wherever that is, at 62 miles. Mileage that may not apply if interviews are conducted remotely. Estimated witness interviews, 25. We anticipate that conducting this investigation will include witnesses interviews and approximately 25 witness research, document review, and report development would be approximately 97 hours. Additionally, we understand that approximately 2 of the 25 witnesses interview would be conducted on site in Lincoln, Michigan, which would add 7 hours to the assessment for total of 104 hours. Cost $10,920. Mileage cost $266.60, 430 miles at 62 cents a mile. Final estimate cost $11,186.60. And the above is an estimate based on the estimated number of witnesses that will be interviewed and acknowledged we have regarding this matter at this point of time. Additional investigating may be required based on information that is developed during the course of the above described investigations, or loss of time than above estimated may be required. Any increase from this estimate will be discussed with the Alcona County Commission on Aging prior to proceeding. We look forward to the possibility of working with the Alcona County Commission on Aging in this matter. Respectfully submitted, Mark Poliszewski, Director, Consulting and Investigating Group, Recon Management Group. That's an awful lot of money to put out. When we're already complaining about a lot of money being spent on different things and trying to get the senior center built. There's trying to think that there's 4 of us here. It could be on a committee and see if we can get this straightened out ourselves. And save all that money. Of course, maybe the 3 of us would like a little split a couple $100.
I would like to try to get this resolved, because I'm only reading this first letter, and it is completely false. And Lenny knows it, the direct care worker knows it, or the, not direct care worker, the in-home service coordinator knows it. I did not go to her and ask these questions, because when I was going to her office, Lenny took the sheet out of my hand and says, I'll ask her. You wait at the table, which I did. And then after he came back out, they handed me a map. Lenny, and you know it, and she knows it. They brought that map, laid it down. If you wanna check that mileage out, do it. Rollin and I decided, you know what? We're gonna do it. Well, this from this lady is completely false. And that's only the first letter.
Okay, what Dolores says, basically true. She wanted to know what the mileage was for, why it's 50 miles from here to Greenbush and back again. No explanation of any places in between. And I was standing there and I said, well, Dolores, why don't we just take a ride down to the address, get the address, and we'll take a ride down there and back and go to these other addresses where this person had to go that day. And she said, first she said no. And then a little while later, she says, Robin, you want to take a ride? And I said, okay, we'll go. And Lenny brought us a map out of where this person was. Left here, went down to the address in Greenbush. Came back up. And I had to go to address out on 72. And then back to Harrisville. And then back here, and that's where it all added up to almost 50 miles. Now that's what was on the paper.
Can I say something?
Sure.
Okay. So, again, this is why the grievance committee stated what they stated, is that we don't have the depth for this. We don't have the depth for this. Because they just violated a staff member's confidentiality in the public to all of you and identified that particular individual. Now, I'm not saying that you guys would go harass these individuals, but this was a concern. That's a violation. This is why.
So is eavesdropping.
Excuse me. You don't have to like me, but I am the executive director and I have almost 40 individuals that are under my care. And I will protect them, regardless if you don't. This is why we said should be in closed session. I said, I don't want mine, because obviously you have something you want to say about me. That did not extend to them. You violated confidentiality. Now, have all the members on the board signed their confidentiality agreements, you would have known that was a violation of confidentialities and protections, because employees have rights as well. And now that we've crossed this bridge, we in some trouble. Because I do not believe that we should continue.
I excuse myself from this.
You can't, you're the president.
Will did, I can too.
I asked for me, sir, thank you. I asked for my personnel, whatever, I had no idea that somebody would grab immediately upon receiving. This is what we assumed, because emotion overrides rational thinking, would then immediately start reading and immediately start talking. So I am sorry. I represent ACCOA and I'm apologizing that this is something that we should not have done. But please continue with your concerns
about the personnel matter. I don't know what exactly the personnel matter. You have statements and ready and crafted to speak, but please continue. I yield my time back.
Well, we came back and Dolores, realized the mileage that I put on my truck. And came back and she agreed with what was, written on the check. For that, mileage. And as far as I knew, everything was okay until this came up.
So the integrity of the person that was questioned came back to be valid when you guys went and checked the mileage. Correct? So the person, when you went to this person and asked, why is this mileage is that, they reported that this was correct. And in your statement just now, you stated that they printed out a copy of the detailed location. So that answered the question. So then you guys went again and then drove the route and saw that it came out to actual correct to the GPS coordinates that was given to you by that particular individual.
Correct.
Okay. There you go. I would advise at this time that you probably should not divulge any others. Save mine. Or whatever else you guys have.
Well, I would like to, I'm not gonna continue now, but I would like to, I've got these letters, I would like to take them home, review them, and ask for another meeting, or maybe a meeting with the grievance committee in a few days.
Yes.
So we, as the grievance committee, have identified that this is out of our scope. We do not feel that it is appropriate for us to continue. Any further discussion should be completed with the president. And at their discretion, they are the only ones who we feel are able to censure board members. So if you would like, I think further communication should be done with the president of ACCOA.
There, several years ago, when I was on the board before, there was only one incident where there was a grievance and it was with an employee that was fired. She had a grievance against being fired. And so another board member and I asked her to come in and we listened to her in that. And because of the situation that we let her keep her job. But she stayed for, I think, no more than 3 days. I don't know why or what happened or anything else. If anything did happen, she quit anyway. And that's the only grievance since I've been on this board that we've ever had until this came up. Why all this happened between the two that's here now, I have no idea. I wish I had more information about it and that, and what the information I got. I don't know why it happened. Now, the only other thing that I know of to do is by the recommendation of the rest of the board, go with this investigator. And spend the money. Right now, it'd probably be worth it. Well, anybody want to make a motion to hire the investigator? You want to do, what do you want to do about it?
Well, I'd personally like to have some more time to go over the letters and whatever. And see what kind of remedies that we can come up with. I think probably some of these minor incidents could have been taken care of. Before the board or committee or whatever. I think it would have been appropriate, so. Anyway, I would like to have some time to look things over.
So would I.
Okay.
So-
Make a motion to
I have a question.
request more time.
Okay, so the movement of the board is to table this until a grievance committee meeting can take place so that they can review the grievances of the employees, correct? Was that what we're doing?
They already did that.
I was getting to that, so. So that's what I wanted to kind of clarify. Well, we know it was sent back to the grievance committee. It could have been done not like this, but that's where we're here now. But I just wanted to get clarification.
So are we going to take this matter back to the grievance committee? Can we do that?
What committee?
The grievance committee.
There is no grievance committee because the two people are the people who are subject to the grievance can't sit or should not sit in their own grievance committee.
How about this? I get with Dolores, and this is the first time I've seen these grievances against me. Most likely talk to her lawyer also, and then we'll just leave it at that right now.
Put it on hold.
Hmm.
And after today, I withdraw myself from this also. Because I screwed up, I'll admit it.
Well, the person you're paying allows you to.
I believe Director Swan has a question.
Yes.
My only concern with this is there are some really amazing people standing back there. And I want to make sure that they understand that their voices are heard. The grievance committee has already made our recommendation. We feel that it is out of our scope. It is out of our expertise. I want them to know that we have their back in this. Now, if you want time, I think that is fine. However, I also feel that they need to know that we have their back just as much as the executive director has their back. Because even though they answer to him, he answers to us, we are still responsible for their well-being. We are still responsible for hearing what they have to say and saying, you know what, that's not right. You have proved yourself again and again and your integrity was questioned, that's not right. And we have already, and I know it's only myself because the other two people are no longer there. I feel that this is something that needs to not wait until February. I don't know if a public forum is the most appropriate place for this to occur. I feel that the president needs to have a conversation with the people in question and get this resolved prior to February. So that way the staff members know that we hear them, we understand their voice, and we are supporting of them because of all that they do to support the seniors. Without them, we do not exist. Without the seniors, we do not exist. Without our workers, we do not exist. And their voices are important and their voices need to be heard. Now, unfortunately, due to some changes in the board makeup, the person that I had recommended do this was Mike, and unfortunately, he is no longer with us. I feel that whoever is going to accept the presidential position needs to have a conversation with the board members in question and needs to get this resolved immediately. For the sake of our people who are caring for our seniors. We want to keep them, we don't want them walking away.
Oh, go ahead.
Can I make a recommendation that we can contact our lawyer and see what the best way to proceed with this is? You know, Dolores has now, has legal counsel. You know, I think we as ACCOA should probably be referring where to proceed with this. Get some competent legal counsel. I mean, her lawyer, I'm just reading his letter is saying that the whole policy that was handled was misapplied to us board members as we're not employees. So I can't see any harm in referring it to our lawyer to see how he would recommend proceeding.
Yes, I would say that we also have to protect the integrity of the board members, those being accused.
Well, just in this top letter is not accurate. So, you know, the grievance committee heard this here. But they never even invited me to come in and give my opinion or my side of it. This is the first I've seen these letters, and I think I think maybe we should even appoint a new grievance committee or have a special meeting in next week or something and have these board members or these people that want to be on our board, let's get them on the board and then let's follow up with this. Right at this point, I have the letters. The deadline was going to be Monday. So I am willing to wait a week, 10 days, talk to my lawyer, make sure I'm saying the right thing, but I'm willing to wait a week or 10 days and anybody that wants to join our board, put in their application, put in their resume, and we can decide on who's going to be on the board, and then we can deal with my stuff. Should I make a motion to that, or is that just the recommendation, or?
I would make a motion that we immediately start asking for qualified applicants to turn in their letters of intent, resumes. We've got 3, advertise the position open in the ACCOA review and move forward with at least that.
I would second that.
Okay, who's taking the notes?
We need to vote.
Motion second, vote aye.
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 I,
Okay,
okay,
I got you, Karen.
And I would make a motion on a separate note to contact the ACCOA attorney, given the things that have happened today. Get legal counsel on the best way forward.
I have, go ahead, Mr. Dunn. I have a clarification question.
I'll second it.
Who is going to be contacting the lawyer? Who is going to be doing it? I feel like we can't just leave it open-ended. Who is going to be the one who's going to be contacted?
You're the only one on the grievance committee.
Okay, so I was just nominated to do so. That's what I was clarifying. Thank you.
I think since it involves Dolores and I, neither of us should be the contactor. I'd be more than happy to contact the lawyer. I think it'd be inappropriate. I'd like to think somebody else would want to contact the lawyer.
So I have approval, if this motion passes, to contact the lawyer and speak with him regarding the current grievances at this time.
And how to proceed. Yeah.
There's a motion on the floor that I can contact the lawyer. It was seconded, so you need to say all those in favor.
all in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Nays? All in favor?
So we're still on the personnel issue regarding an executive director. But cleared up some other things. I can start. If we want to address that, he has decided that he does not want to have a closed session regarding the matter. I think my concern is.
Can't hear you.
My concern is several things that have come forth recently. One, what that came forth was a videotape recording of the Lincoln Planning Commission meeting, where the head of that Lincoln Planning Commission meeting said that the director, Mr. Avery, threatened them with a lawsuit if they did not approve the zoning change that's currently in front of them. I don't know if everyone on this board has seen that video or not. So that's one issue. I think there is an issue that I think the board needs to discuss regarding the Shaw report that was paid for. I've requested the information to know when it was paid, how much was paid to do it, that the board members were not told about, and how that has led us possibly to this current position. I've had some concerns that the executive director complains that based on a 40-hour salary week, that is not spending 40 hours working, not signing in, not signing out, etc. A complaint that the executive director was asked to check on whether the Harrisville land purchase was buildable land by Dolores, by the former commissioner liaison in board meeting. He said that he had not done that. I personally have some complaints that I'm not getting the requested information that I'm wanting. I have concerns regarding the following up on the request of the planning commission, planning and procedures board, to follow up on the requirements to keep the mask language signs up. I followed up with all the surrounding areas, all the surrounding senior centers. None of them have mask signing up. So I have lost confidence that he's following up on the things that he's been instructed to do by the board. I have letters from a previous board member, the resignation letter, as well as many grievance letters against the executive director that apparently have not been followed up by the grievance committee in such a way that the grievances against Director Schlicker and I have been followed up on. I am concerned that there's been a USDA claim of discrimination made against the executive director with the USDA that's being investigated. Employee lawsuits threatened in pending employee lawsuits. So yes, I have some concerns that I think we as a board need to address.
Yes.
I have a question, one for now. I was made aware that during the summer or early fall, that Lenny brought a bunch of pots and pans and what have you into the kitchen and sold them. I wanted to know, I'd like to know under whose authority was he able to sell ACCOA equipment, and how much did you get and where did the money go? Can you answer that for me, please?
Are you done? I mean, continue. Let's continue on.
Well, I'd like this answered and then I will continue.
I'm not gonna participate in this foolishness. So my mom told me not to argue with fools. So I'm just here to
Well,
listen.
thank you very much.
I'm here to listen.
Lenny, you ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Ashamed of what? I said I'm not gonna
Called me
participate.
a fool,
I
for
didn't
one
call,
thing.
I didn't call you a fool.
Yes, you did.
I didn't.
Everybody here heard it.
You certainly did.
I said that I'm not
And
gonna
you should
participate
apologize.
in foolishness,
I'm
not,
prepared to ask for the resignation of the executive director.
And I'll second it.
Well, then you might want to look at the employees. There's a lot more.
I'll second it.
well, sure.
Mr.
We should do
President,
a roll
you
call
have a-
vote on that, Roland, please.
motion on the floor.
Call a vote. He calls the vote. You're
I'm
not.
asking for his resignation. If he decides to give that, that's one matter, and then we can proceed afterwards. If he chooses not to give his resignation, then we can consider possibly putting him on administrative leave pending more consultation or outright termination. So, but first, I would like to give him a chance to resign.
I won't.
I would make a motion to put the executive director on immediate administrative leave pending consultation with our law firm as to best way to proceed going forward.
You have two motions on the table. We got to vote on the first one.
I didn't think the first one went through, but I'll
He
withdraw the
seconded
first one. I'll withdraw the first one. Do you withdraw your seconding? You seconded the
Yes.
first motion. I'll make a new motion that we move to put the executive director on unpaid administrative leave until we contact our lawyer and see the best way to proceed.
I'll second that one.
Okay, it's been motion's been seconded. All in favor?
Discussion.
Discussion, okay.
I would like to know what is the plan for tomorrow if we do not have Lenny Avery in place.
I can respond to that. Lenny isn't here half the time anyway.
Oh.
Really?
Oh, man.
I can speak to that. I spoke to quite a few people who said that they're going to pitch in and pick up the slack until we can advertise for a new executive director. But, I guess it's two separate things, but I think your point is a valid one.
Can't vote any director to be on the whole board.
Motion and a second, any further direct discussion?
I do actually have a question about, you have people that said they're willing to step up. And I guess that would be something that we would need to look into because stepping up into the role that he currently holds is a full-time position. So are these volunteers? Are they going to be on the payroll? Are these just people that are going to come in and what are they doing? I feel like if there's not a plan, if there is not something in place, just arbitrarily placing him on leave pending legal consultation, like. And it's only because, and you know this, you own your own business. I have contingency plan upon contingency plan upon contingency plan for everything. What is our contingency plan other than volunteers that say they're going to step up and do what? Who's taking this portion? Who's taking this portion? Are they qualified?
Who's qualified?
Are they just people coming in and saying, oh, hey, I know how to manage this, so I'll do that? And who has the oversight over that? Are we going to be over 10 people to represent one Lenny? I think that that is an important question. I think that this is trigger happy, and I feel that it needs to go to litigation or legal counsel first and make sure that all of our ducks are in a row before you just place them on administrative leave without a plan in place. That makes me very nervous. That's all.
Any further discussion on it?
Any further suggestions that you might have? Would it be helpful by contacting NEMSCO, contacting attorney? I'm wondering if the case, for instance, that the executive director murdered somebody, how would we handle it at that point in time? What would the solution be at that point in time? How would we move forward? Then, I don't know if you can ever have a contingency plan for everything that ever happens. I think I brought up concerns. I brought up concerns.
I was just asking valid questions. I think, your analogy is extreme. Extremely extreme. And I just am bringing up concerns. That's all.
I think, at one time, we did have, NIMSCA come in. Brought, it's been so long ago, I can't remember. I think, at one time, NIMSCA did come in. With our request to help out, we have to, get a hold of them and find out which way to go.
Roland, you
I
better
would-
talk in the mic because if he's.
We can't hear you.
If he's taking minutes from what you're saying, they can't, they'll never know it.
Do we have a contingency place a contingency in place if the executive director was in an auto accident and couldn't come in? What is the contingency in place if he had a death in family and had to leave for a week? You know, what is our contingency plan for anything? Is this different than that?
I understand.
And all of those who may turn in their resignation right behind it.
Yeah, and then you gotta have a plan for that. Really? Really. It's like you broke the
Mr.
law.
President, we take order, please.
Keep talking.
Mr. President, we take order, please. Thank you.
We have a motion on the table, right?
Yes.
Has it been seconded?
Yes.
Mhm. Needs a vote.
That's-
Yes. Yes.
No,
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I'm not. Two. Two no's, right?
Pardon?
No,
I voted yes, I think.
yes,
Yeah.
yes,
Yes, yes.
okay. Four yeses and one no then.
Good luck. I make a motion that we adjourn at this time and we regather and get some new members on our boards.
public comment first.
Yeah.
Oh,
So prior to public comment, Roland, I'm terribly sorry that I will be trained in my resignation.
I would make
the
a
county
motion
and.
that I have 3 resumes in front of me. 3 applicants to come on the board.
You can get those without people.
I think I can go ahead and nominate these 3 individuals. And the board can act as a majority.
That's a good question. That's a good question. Did Director Churick have these resumes before the knowledge of people resigning?
No,
So how did he have these resumes in place before these individuals resigned? May have been a particular plan of the agenda that
I
they
just
set
got
forth.
one yesterday.
I'm just a concerned citizen right now.
Okay.
I mean, I'm taking an impromptu public comment. So that is a good question.
Well, there is a. Did you make a motion for that?
He just did.
Okay, I'll second it.
And there we go.
I didn't make the motion. The motion was made to accept our letters. I have one from Gary Winnock. I have one from Rick Paso. I have read them both. I got them yesterday. In my opinion, they're both very qualified to be on the board.
I want to apply.
I have a 3rd one.
That's what it was like.
Well, then go do it.
Your resume.
Okay, settle down. Ready? Evidently, the meeting has been adjourned.
Public comment. Public comment.
Okay. Order. Anybody that doesn't want to hear the public comment, does not want to hear it, you may go ahead and leave. The ones that wants to make their public comments and that, you may remain.
So we're still acting on a motion. I don't know if you've settled it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Stop it. Can we call point of order on that? Real quick? Okay, she's got information that may be.
You may not appoint board members without first publishing it publicly. You have to publish it 3 weeks in a row in local newspapers, or you are committing malfeasance. So you, just because you have 3 people there, 3 resumes there, that does not preclude you from publishing it 3 weeks in a row in local newspapers, asking for other. If you do that, you are all personally, if you vote yes, you're opening yourselves up to personal liability litigation.
They already have my name as an employee.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm trying to stop you guys and giving you a life, folks.
Appreciate it, thank you.
Yeah, I would suggest posting the board positions, getting all the applicants, and then following up procedure to vote on members.
I'm very happy to do that. I'll withdraw my motion. Second. In fact, when you want to withdraw yours, you know,
Okay, motion second has been withdrawn.
so I would make a motion to advertise for openings if we haven't already.
No one's taking minutes.
I second it.
I would on the video.
I second.
Okay, motion and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yeah, but no, it's not, because you can't hear that on video.
Public comment now.
More public comments?
I don't know.
I'm sorry that I got shut in this spot here, but
All we want to say is, sir, I hope you're very proud of what you did today.
We open the public comment.
We get the name and who's coming.
It'll be on the video.
Hi, Jen Stanzik again, where are my thumbs? It's been a while. Roland, I feel so bad, like you got thrown into this position and I appreciate what you're trying to do right there. There's been all kinds of legal issues you guys have already got into, and I'm afraid of the amount of money that we're gonna lose just because of this. So please make sure that you publish for applicants and that you don't do anything else without talking to your attorney.
Hello, remaining board members. My name is Ty Damon from Harrisville Township. And I would direct you to your own bylaws that clearly give you direction on how to elect the board of directors. It has to be posted and you have to accept nominations for 2 weeks. So there's your answer on how to move. It's in your bylaws.
Thank you.
I would, yes, at some will definitely be talking to the lawyer. In my view of the bylaws, it says that the board can appoint according to a vacancy, can appoint by majority action, but I appreciate you bringing that up. We'll definitely talk to the lawyer about that. The bylaws I'm seeing say we can appoint by a majority action, so it's something to talk to the lawyers about.
I've been in those situations before. But
Since so many board members just like quit on the spot, I think you still have to vote, or I don't know if you have to vote to accept their resignations, like they just resigned and walked out. But that actually has to be recorded and the minutes, and I believe you have to accept the resignation. And there was, you only accepted Mike's resignation and Pam's resignation. You have not accepted Will's.
Jacqueline. Yeah. Well, I make a motion that we accept those resignations. I second it.
I approve one at a time, yeah.
Let's do one at a time.
Okay.
I approve,
Go ahead.
yes.
I make a motion that we accept Will's resignation. I second it. Now we can vote. Discussion.
Aye.
Aye.
I,
I make a motion that we accept Jacqueline's resignation.
I'll second.
Aye.
I,
Aye.
Okay. Jacqueline's, resignation, accepted and approved. Well, she's no longer on the board. Sorry about that. Do you need to hear listen to the resignation? I can find it, all these papers. Well, I can't find it right now.
Public comment. Yeah, we're still on public comments. Public comment.
Any more public comment while I find the papers?
What paper do you need, Will?
What's
the one she and Jacqueline? Oh. Go ahead. Kelly, go ahead.
May I go? May I speak?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President.
Sorry.
I was waiting to be ballot. Thank you. I do suggest very strongly that all of you check your boxes, possibly find a Robert Rules of Order, like online training. And anybody that you take an application for, that they are also very familiar in it. They only, by your bylaws, and I've studied your bylaws because I applied for this position. They have 3 weeks to catch up on all outstanding duty before the next meeting, or before whenever their next sitting, when they're installed. Okay? That's the law.
Could you tell me where in our bylaws that said that, just to save me trouble?
Let me whip it out of my pocket. No, I can't do that for you, but you have the bylaws, sir. Good luck. I'm not doing your job for you. I'll second,
I just commented, I don't see that in.
No, I don't either.
Public comment, Roland?
Yep. Go ahead.
Public comment?
Patty Thomas, Harrisville Township. I've been involved in a fair number of boards in Ohio and in Michigan. And I would just like to give you my own unprofessional, but aware advice that as the remaining 5 members of this board, you are fiscally and in every possible way responsible for any actions, legal actions taken against this board during the time that you don't have an executive officer, an executive person in charge. The fact that you have chosen to dismiss Mr. Avery without a plan for who's going to run the show tomorrow, when we are actually predicting another snowstorm, you will have responsibilities that you can't even begin to guess about yet.
Thank you, Dan.
Hi, my name is Judy McNeil. I'm from Harrisville.
My name is Judy McNeil. I'm from Harrisville. I have been a member of this community since 1974. I have, during that time, never seen a committee work as poorly as this committee. I feel that very strongly that it has become very politically biased and that there are certain people on this board that I'm looking at right now that seem to have a personal agenda and vendetta toward the executive director. I'm very saddened. I know several of you, and I cannot believe my eyes. I am so ashamed of this. So. Yay.
Anyone else? Yes.
Lincoln Spruce. Sorry, everybody walked out on you. All I've heard in the last 6 months since I've been attending these meetings is how important our seniors are to us. How important they are to each and every board member here. And I witnessed hers come in. We knew Pam's was coming. We figured Jacqueline would come in if anything happened to Lenny. But they all dumped on you, and I'm really, really sorry for that. And I thank you for sitting in the chair. I know you're not, I hope you're not leaving too. The staff says that they're leaving because Lenny's leaving. Again, I've heard over and over how important our seniors are to them. Yet they're gonna follow a man out the door. I hope that they listen to this, and I hope that they really think about who they're really walking out on, because it's not walking out on any one of you guys. And as far as the ones that are really concerned about the new board members and all the trouble they brought, I tell you what, if it wasn't for that misspending with the livestock sale, that $4,000 bringing up the $10,000 budget, none of this would have been even brought to light. So God gave us that. He brings out the darkness. He brings it to the light. And by golly, that's what we've done. We brought it to the light, and we're going to pick it up, and it's going to go on.
Yeah.
And it's going to be better. And it's going to be transparent.
Yes. Anyone else? Come on, somebody's got to speak.
I think we're all tired of sitting.
Let's just adjourn. I make a motion to adjourn the meeting.
Second.
Okay.
All in favor?
Aye,
All in favor? Aye.
adjourn.
Guys, do you know that the recording is still going?
Hold on.
I'm asking, how can I help? He normally cleans up. I'm not here this summer. You guys do that.
I don't know, I think the ones that were that.
I don't understand.
No.
You guys, I run the pretty, so I'm just asking.
Right.
And I'm asking.
Just collect everything.
All right, guys, thank you for hanging around. We're ending the meeting for everyone right about now. Thank you.